Good evening, everyone. I think we'll get started. Welcome. Nice to see so many people out for a council meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we're holding this meeting on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and Musqueam Nation. We recognize and respect them as nations in this territory, as well as their historic connection to the lands and waters around us since time immemorial. So is there any urgent business to add to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I will move to item number 2, approval of the agenda.
And I will recommend that the April 29th, 2019 regular council meeting agenda be amended by considering item 6 regarding annual report from the youth-driven committees immediately prior to item 5 regarding Park Royal North Development Permit Amendment, and adding to item 8 the report regarding 2195 Gordon Avenue, results of initial public consultation and next steps, and that the agenda be approved as amended.
Second. Any questions, discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 3, adoption of the council meeting minutes.
And I'll recommend that the following minutes be adopted as circulated. April 15th, 2019, special open session and regular council meetings.
Second. Thank you. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I'd like to remind the public that if they wish to speak to an agenda item for 3 minutes maximum, please sign the speakers list, which is in the back corner, and speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear your comments, including those who depend on assisted listening devices, and provide your name and whether they are a West Vancouver resident if they wish to do so. And I note that I do have a speakers list already. Some of you did sign up for the delegation, to speak at the delegation item. We don't have speakers during the delegation item, but those people, and there's a couple, are welcome to speak at the public question period and comment period at the end. So without further ado, I'll call for the delegation. Alison Kermode regarding the tree preservation. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for hosting this delegation, which is on youth and trees. And today we want to put forth 2 important facts. And one is that the protection of trees is essential for the ongoing and future vitality of West Vancouver district's lands and oceans. And secondly, that we need to think about the future. We need to take responsibility for climate change, and we're truly at a crossroads for ensuring that our youth and future generations will thrive. And this too will depend upon protecting trees and preventing the present rate of habitat destruction. And so we have 3 youth presenting today. Olivia and Emily are from West Vancouver, and Ellie is from Vancouver Island. And they range in ages from grade 8 to grade 9 to 3 years graduated from high school. So without further hesitation, I'm going to open the floor to Olivia, who is going to present her beautiful art exhibit called It's Up to You Now.
Thank you, Allison. Throughout time, we have been dependent on our surroundings. Even before the settlers arrived here, First Nations communities were dependent on forests and lakes for their survival. The difference between the First Nations and the settlers, however, is that they were a lot better at it than the settlers were. They were able to use their environment as well as sustain it, so that their descendants could have access to the same things. The settlers, however, didn't do that. And their corrupt and honestly ignorant ways they handled the environment they were given resulted in a massive harmful logging campaigns all throughout the 1800s. And as for the so-called nature protecting 1970s, well, let's just say they talked a lot about protecting the environment, but they didn't really do much. And those who did weren't taken seriously due to the governments at that time. Now we are quite literally at a turning point. It is now or never. We have no other options, and we can't ignore the obvious anymore. The people who made it worse in the past are gone, and we are the only ones who can make it better. It is up to us now. Now that was broad, I admit, but there are a lot of situations that are far more specific that tackle the same issues. And for that, I'll turn it over to Ellie and Jackson for their lovely presentation on the issue of clear cutting.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Jackson was unable to attend today. Mayor and Council, with no bylaws protecting our native and urban forests, trees and habitat within British Columbia are being destroyed at an alarming rate. 190,000 hectares of forest are harvested each year in BC. This present rate of destruction marks poor land stewardship and is not sustainable. Older trees are incredibly important to the environment. In municipalities, regions and districts like North Cowichan and Weston North Vancouver, and within the entire province of BC. These older trees store more carbon, as has been proven by multiple scientific studies. 90% of the biomass on Earth, not including oceans, is stored within trees. More than 90% of our forests in British Columbia are owned by the public, and our laws should reflect our interests over the interests of logging corporations. And, in municipalities, the future of the community and the vitality of youth and future generations should be considered over the narrow interests of a few. Clearcutting is detrimental to local ecosystems. This action is destroying our BC forests and the urban trees of our municipalities. We want to work together to protect our mountains, forests, and trees for the sake of the countless animals who've lost their homes to clearcutting. This also causes species to have territorial battles for the remaining land, which can drive out entire populations. Biodiversity is important, and there is overwhelming evidence that clearcutting drastically reduces biodiversity. The removal of trees in mass quantities, particularly in rainy climates like here, leaves soil vulnerable to erosion. Removal of trees that protect and cover streams will and has raised water temperatures. This causes massive effects to our fish, specifically salmon and other aquatic life. We are here today as part of our campaign to spread awareness to citizens and to public figures in our community of Vancouver Island, where I live, and beyond. We urge you to prioritize these issues and rally for the protection of West Vancouver District trees, our BC forests, and our future by implementing bylaws and restoration programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you introduce them?
Sure. And now we have Emily Kelsall, who's going to talk about trees and social connections.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Emily Kelsall. I live in West Vancouver, and I'm not here to talk about the beeline. Today, I'm asking you to change the size of tree protection from 75 centimeters in diameter to 23 centimeters in diameter. So I'd like to present a quote, which goes, "How different the air is here. What a contrast to the burdened, dust-laden atmosphere of the city. Do you notice the fragrance of roses, the tang of green growing things?" This quote is by an early West Vancouver resident and Canadian poet A.M. Stephen. That quote is from the early 20th century, but the green growing things are still here. Trees tower over every residential street in West Vancouver, and bushes fill the gaps in between. Cherry blossoms bloom in the spring, and chestnuts tumble to the ground in the fall. But our foliage doesn't just lend aesthetic appeal. Trees have acres of benefits, including environmental and economic, and for my brief presentation, I'll just be focusing on the social. So tree cover in residential areas is linked to reduced blood pressure and symptoms of ADD. Trees increase relaxation, positive feelings. Areas with more nature have less graffiti and vandalism. Studies have shown that patients who have greenery outside a hospital experience less pain, and students with green space get better grades. So basically, trees are good at everything. This shouldn't be a surprise. Human beings are a part of nature, and just like a tree, the closer we are to our roots, the better we are for it. Yet, we still continue to sever those roots for personal convenience. I might be tempted to think that there are so many trees in West Vancouver, cutting down a few here and there can't make a difference. Well, it can. Trees represent history, and we must treat every piece of nature with deep respect because we never know when it will be gone. For example, the recent reconstruction of Notre Dame Cathedral is underway, but certain wood beams must be flown in from other countries to rebuild it because there are no longer trees big enough in France. Preserving and restoring trees is a basic step we can take to mitigate and adapt to climate change, but I also believe it's a step to restoring the human spirit. I asked my friends and family if they could tell me about a tree that was important to them. My mom says it was a dogwood tree on her childhood home on 24th Street. She described the blossoms as magical. My friend Chantel told me there was an apple tree outside her old home and she loved watching the fruit grow. My friend Sky was soothed by the sounds of rustling birch leaves. Another friend, Taylor, who lives in Dunderave, enjoys relaxing under the cherry blossom trees in John Lawson. My special tree, friend, is this guy right here. This is located right at the top of Sinclair Street, close to West Van High. And my sister and I discovered this tree soon after we moved into the house. We came to the bottom of it and looked up in awe. This tree is unique because it has branches all the way to the bottom that make it possible to climb. And climb we did. Every time we got a little higher, we'd give ourselves some rocket chip candy as a reward. And soon kids built platforms in the tree, and they're still there today. So this is the view from the bottom. There's a hammock up there. This is the view from the view facing west. And yeah, this is the view facing east towards West Van High. So you can imagine how wonderful it would be to have this tree growing up. This tree saw bonds forged and it had angsty teenage moments in it spent alone. This tree sees countless high school students walking to and from classes every day. This tree has been witness to countless sunsets and several exhilarated smiles when someone finally makes it to the top. This tree is 26 centimeters in diameter, meaning that if someone filed a complaint and made a case, by the current West Vancouver bylaws, it could be felled. And this tree is at the larger end of the trees in West Vancouver. The city of Vancouver protects all trees over 23 centimeters, and if my tree, my precious childhood tree, had grown a few kilometers to the south, it would be safe and sound, but it ended up right there on the top of Sinclair Street. Where the massive diameter of 73 centimeters is the minimum requirement for protection? Why shouldn't it be afforded safety? For the sake of the planet, for the sake of the human spirit, please protect our trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
I did have a few concluding remarks. I hope that's okay. Or at 6 minutes, all right.
That's the time, I think, sorry.
Oh, is it?
But else, yeah, please finish, yeah.
Okay. I'll just finish with this slide then here. Do we have the right to irrevocably alter the lands for future generations? I say no. We say a resounding no. This complete lack of land stewardship directly contributes to climate change exacerbation, ecological degradation, local extinctions, and loss of biodiversity. And moreover, it threatens the very livelihood and basic rights of our youth and future generations, their right to healthy food, clean air, and water. We need to give hope to our youth, and we need to take responsibility. So going full circle, it's up to us now, and more urgently, it's up to you now. Thank you.
Thank you for your message. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Council may have some questions or comments
Oh.
for,
I was going to make the motion, but if someone doesn't, then
are you the person?
Nora, I'm sure
Yes,
is
you
going to
are.
say something.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nora.
No one else has got anything to say? Okay.
Councillor Gambioli?
All right, I'm waiting for my red light to go on. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I was just going to say that I believe that the good news is that I believe that we passed in our most recent budget funding for our first LiDAR survey of that is a survey that is done of all of the trees in the district so that we can compare it in future years. So that's exciting in the sense that it's the first time it's, to my knowledge, going to have ever been done. So we're making a little bit of progress. I believe that in about a month's time, end of May, we're actually scheduled to talk about the tree bylaw. I think it's the 27th of May, so a month from now. People should know that. My feeling is that we also need to replant trees, and I don't have a handle on how well we're doing that, but it's an issue of perhaps not cutting, but also replanting for future generations, and I don't know that we've talked about that much, so perhaps that'll come up at the end in May. And I have a little bit of cognitive dissonance these days because I'm on a heritage committee, the new Heritage Committee, and we have looked at 3 applications recently. And so what these are is they are heritage homes, little heritage homes that have very significant architectural and cultural value, have been here for many, many years. And the only way we can protect those homes is to give the owners the ability to subdivide the land or build a second house on the same property to be able to keep the original home in the original state. Problem being, and then all 3 of those cases that we've looked at recently, the other piece of land, because it's an old piece of property, of course, has some big trees on it. So the only way to save the old heritage home is to allow those trees to be cut down. And so that's an issue that I'm having to deal with being on that committee, and eventually those issues will come to council. So that's something to think about, that again we need to think about. It got me thinking about the replanting question as well. And just to tell you, my favorite tree, just have to tell you, is about a block and a half away from here, because I noticed when I walked here about 6 weeks ago, 2 bald eagles. They were doing it in my backyard. Okay? So that was the first thing. And then about a week.
This is
And
a
then-
PG show,
Sorry, it's a
Nora.
PG show. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Think of the children.
But,
Think of the children.
sorry. But the good news part is I saw who I thought were the same eagles a few days later, and they were both perched in a tree that's just, speaking of Sinclair, just over here on Sinclair, literally less than 2 blocks away. And I went to our Parks Department, I said, oh my gosh, I see 2 eagles, and I think they're, my eagles. And I think I see a nest. And sure enough, our Parks Department staff went out and somehow surveyed, or they talked to somebody. There is a giant eagle's nest in that tree, and there are eggs in that tree, and one of the babies hatched last week. So that's my favorite tree right now in West Vancouver.
Okay, nice. Thank you for sharing.
Oversharing.
Councillor Thompson.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what to say after all that. And mine was entirely light as well. I really enjoyed your presentation, thank you. And I just wanted to let you know that I'm running in the woods every day around those big, beautiful trees. And now, instead of looking out for bears and owls, I think I'll be watching for people perched in the trees watching me run through the trails. Anyway, thanks for coming.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's funny, Councillor Thompson mentioned about people watching. So I noticed that the photo that you took of the running track actually is of me running in the background.
So you're legit.
My dear colleagues and friends in the gallery who are so voyeuristic to watch things happen in the community. But thank you once again for sharing your concerns and, of course, the importance of trees in our community. I certainly have a favorite tree. Growing up, it's actually not even a tree in my yard. It's in my neighbor's yard. And so certainly it was a tree that I grew up climbing all over and having tree forts and that sort of thing. So thank you for reminding us about the importance of that. Thank you.
Just a quick comment about replanting versus preservation. And just, replanting is great. Replanting, tree keeping, maybe even interesting projects like tree seed banks are great. But we do need to do the hard work towards protecting those trees, because there's no substitute for preservation of that old growth tree and medium growth trees that basically went through years and years of growth to become those wonderful carbon sequesters. And yet it takes, minutes to maybe an hour to completely destroy that. And that's why that process is so not sustainable and really underscores the absolute need for those bylaws. So I hope the science and other aspects will be occurring simultaneous with those bylaw implementation, because it's urgent. It's an urgent situation.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
So my favorite tree is above the White Lake Trail on a bluff overlooking Howe Sound, and it's a beautiful arbutus that's probably a good 18 inches wide at the base, and it's a great place for sitting and contemplating life. And I think that, with the arbutus trees, you can see the impact of climate change, and it's such a tenuous hold they have on the bluffs, but also in this climate. And one of the things that I think when I hear you speak, what I think about is the fact that we don't really value, we don't put a tangible value on our trees, and that's one of the problems I think environmentally is we think of trees and the environment as an externality. And in that vein, our Chief Financial Officer, Isabel Gordon, is doing some really interesting work on inventorying our natural capital assets. And it's a new area of in a sense, economic monitoring, where you try to place a financial value on natural capital assets like trees or streams or forests or other, the foreshore. And it's a way of bringing those things, giving them a value so that they're recognized when you look at costs versus benefits. So I think that you can anticipate that sort of work will be coming public increasingly over the next year or two, and I'm hoping that can give us a better balance in our decision making. But we certainly, I think all of us here on council hear the urgency and the passion, and so I do want to thank everyone for coming, and yourself and the delegation regarding West Van tree preservation. Thank you again. I've received for information, and we've taken your words to heart.
I think Councillor Lambert wanted to add something
Oh,
before we,
okay.
Councillor Soprovich. Okay.
It started a little trend with
You've
my,
moved it.
with my favorite tree, and I have several of them in on my property, and 3 or 4 times a week, I usually find myself up on the trails, Millstream, with our dogs and enjoying the forests there. So I just want to add my thanks to you, Allison, and Olivia, Ellie, and Emily, for bringing your message here. Really appreciate that, and hope that you will come back and join us when we talk about the tree bylaw at the end of the month, or in May. Thank you.
And Councillor Soprovich?
Madam Mayor, thank you again for your presentation. I used to live on the water there for a while years ago, and I had a favorite tree, but it was cut down. It was an invasive species. However, what took place a while back, I think last term, that the staff and district put forth a proposal to dedicate park around Eagle Lake, a substantial amount of land which prevented deforestation, gave a giant well-being to the climate action in this community. And we're on record from the SEAT plan that we are looking at 40% by 2040 and 80% by 2050. That is a magnificent program, and very few have touched that. So West Vancouver are leaders, and I assure you, with the amount of trees, you are quite right in quality of life, fine air. It's the most majestic place to live. And why is everybody moving to the Pacific Northwest? It's the trees. So thank you for all your efforts.
All right, could I get a seconder? Councillor Gambioli, any further discussion? All in favor, opposed, carried, and thank you, ladies. And we look forward to seeing you in May. So moving along to item 6, where the annual. Perfect. Item 6, annual report from youth-driven committees. Ms. Moy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Tonight's presentation will be made by youth in our community who are actively involved in shaping West Vancouver's youth programs and services. This is the first time that these committees have ever spoken to Council, and we hope to make this an ongoing event before Youth Week starts each year. Alison Gels is here tonight, who oversees the Youth Services and Community Recreation portfolio. She is the manager, and she will introduce our young speakers this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Good evening, Madame Mayor and Council. The Youth Services team works with and supports youth committees who are the voice for youth and the advocates for youth programs and services in our community. The main goal of the youth committees is to build a community of young people who are connected, aware, and informed. It's my pleasure to be here tonight with 5 youth committee representatives as they take this opportunity to share with you the hard work that each of their respective committees do to support preteens and youth in our community. First, I'm going to introduce Mac Walsh, who's here as the representative from the Whatever Youth Committee.
Hi, I'm Mac, and my pronouns are she, he, they, and I'm a member of the Whatever Youth Committee. Our committee helps to raise community awareness as well as plans and promotes events for LGBTQ+ youth and their allies. Over the past year, we have done some amazing work on a number of initiatives. For instance, we helped to plan and participate in the Proud to Be Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity Conference. And then we also helped plan and are currently working on running 4 All Bodies Rec Nights, as well as 8 weekly All Bodies Trans Fitness or All Bodies Fitness sessions. All Bodies events help to allow youth to come out and be who they are and come as they are, regardless of gender identity or expression, which enables the growth of self-confidence and self-acceptance among like-minded youth. And for me, the Whatever Committee has given me the opportunity to meet youth I wouldn't otherwise meet, and also has allowed me to have a lot of leadership growth and growth as a person. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to invite Anna and Katrina up, and they're going to speak on behalf of the Preteen Advisory Committee.
Great. So Alison will just hold our questions till the end?
Yeah, we'll invite everyone.
Yeah,
Perfect.
thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, our names are Anna and Katrina, and we are members of the Preteen Advisory Committee. PTAC, or Preteen Advisory Committee, helps teach preteens leadership skills and assist them with developing programs and events for preteens in West Vancouver.
One thing I like about PTAC is the many opportunities to participate in the community and learn valuable leadership skills.
The thing that I like most about PTAC is all the opportunities that we get around the district.
Over the last year, our community has participated in youth leadership forums in November.
Horseshoe Bay Park.
participated in community consultations for the Beeline and Canada Food Guide workshop,
consulted on preteen engagement work program, and participated in surveys,
consulted on and helped plan themes for the grade 6-7 dances,
plus executed a family movie night, Halloween, and Valentine's Day.
provided leadership skill development by being actively involved in planning and idea generation for youth and preteen programs and community services.
We also worked with 365 Give, which is a charitable organization dedicated to inspiring and educating the hearts and minds of people to create lasting, positive global changes throughout daily giving.
We worked with 365 Give to facilitate involvement with youth and community members in Do One Give Day at Glen Eagles Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a list. That's quite a list. Thank you very much.
I'd now like to invite up Amy and Cameron to speak on the Student Work Advisory Team and Youth Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Cameron Hosini, and it is my pleasure to speak with you today and let you know about our youth committees. I am a member of SWAT, the Student Work Advisory Team. In conjunction with the West Vancouver Police Department, our youth committee focuses on leadership skills, community strategies, civic responsibility, cultural awareness, and policing methods. This past year has been extremely productive. We have participated in the Youth Leadership Forum, in community consultation for the Horseshoe Bay Park, and also with the much-debated Beeline proposal. Further, we have collaborated with the Parks Department to create opportunities for youth to visit parks for tree planting, cleanup, and other maintenance activities. Additionally, we joined with the North Shore Safe House and the Lookout Shelter to create comfort kits for youth and personal first aid kits for their patrons. We also completed a civic site cleanup by clearing 6 pounds of garbage from the community center and its surrounding buildings. Over the last few months, we were well received by the public when we volunteered with the West Van Run and various Nowruz events at Ambleside Park. Just last week, we supported 365give.ca to promote the involvement of youth and community members in Do One Give Day at the West Vancouver Community Center. This was an amazing event as people really enjoyed the aspect of receiving from strangers. Finally, this culminated in our latest project and my personal favorite, assisting with the West Van Police Department with the Family Carnival. As you can see, the activities SWAT undertakes are very meaningful for youth. You have the opportunity to participate in different projects, which may be outside your comfort zone. The opportunity to make a positive impact in your community to improve people's lives. And most of all, the opportunity to meet a diverse group of individuals and create lasting friendships. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Yu, and I am a member of the Youth Advisory Committee. Our committee focuses on municipal youth issues and initiatives, and we assist with policy and program developments as it relates to youth. So over the last year, our committee has actually participated and planned in a variety of events. We developed, hosted, and supported a full-day youth leadership forum with all the district youth leadership committees. We also participated in community consultations for Horseshoe Bay Park and the Beeline, much like the members of SWAT and PTAC. We also actually developed an Instagram presence for communicating with peers regarding municipal issues. We also worked with 365give to facilitate the involvement of youth and community members in Do One Give Day, which actually happened on April 17th at the West Vancouver Community Center. And also, most recently, we've developed and planned all aspects of the Youth Council and Youth Appreciation Award celebration and reception, which is coming up on Monday, May 6th, here at Municipal Hall, actually. This event takes place during Youth Week in West Vancouver. And with this being my third year being a part of the Youth Advisory Committee, I can vouch for the engaging and accepting atmosphere of the group. YAC is an amazing committee to learn about the community around us, grow as an individual, and also work towards a more prominent youth voice in the community.
We would also like to tell you a little bit about Youth Week. Youth Week is an international celebration of youth held annually during the first week of May. It is a week of fun, interaction, and celebration intended to build a strong connection between youth and their communities, and to profile the accomplishments and diversity of youth making a difference.
Youth Week in West Vancouver consists of a variety of events designed to showcase, entertain, and empower youth in the community. Tonight is a great start to the week of activities. Tomorrow, Tuesday, April 30th, from 1:30 to 3 p.m. at the West Vancouver Community Centre, we will be presenting Give Me 5. This event is an innovative youth-led event that provides an opportunity for local preteens in grade 7 to showcase their leadership, project management, and public speaking skills through the development of an ideas exhibition.
On Thursday, May 2nd from 4 to 7 p.m. at the West Van Community Centre, we will be hosting Water Wars. Come out and join members from the SWAT Committee, members of the West Vancouver Police Department, and the Youth Services Department on the Great Lawn for a community water fight, followed by a free barbecue, games, and prizes at the Youth Lounge.
On Friday, May 3rd, from 9 p.m. to 12:30 a.m., the Whatever Committee is hosting a night of free and fun recreational activities for LGBTQ+ youth and their allies at the West Vancouver Community Centre. This special Whatever Rec Night event is generously supported by the West Vancouver Community Centre Society.
On Saturday, May 4th, from 6 to 8 p.m., Youth Services staff invite all preteens and youth to come on down to the Youth Lounge to celebrate the spirit of Youth Week with a free barbecue, games, and prizes.
And our final event for Youth Week will be our annual Youth Council and Youth Appreciation Awards celebration and reception. This event will take place here at Municipal Hall on Monday, May 6th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. The awards nights are designed to celebrate the achievements of youth and youth groups who have made a significant contribution to their local and global communities. Thank you for your time this evening, and we hope to see you all at our events that will be taking place over the next week.
Thank you very much. Lots going on by our youth.
So thank you. On behalf of myself and the committee representatives who spoke this evening, we'd like to thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council, for taking the time to hear from the youth today, and they'd be happy to take any questions that you may have for them now.
Excellent. All right, so Councillor Wong. We'll start with our most youthful councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm 38, so I'm not sure I count as youth anymore, even by the United Nations terms. Thank you for thinking I was that young. Thank you for your presentation. It was fantastic. I love all the work you're doing on all fronts for the community and within the community. To my colleagues on council, I'm the liaison, as you know, for the Youth Advisory Committee, and I can tell you that the great work that they've been doing, that I know they look forward to presenting to all of us at the awards ceremony as well as the Youth Council meeting. I've had the privilege of helping to steward them a bit and giving them advice and tips of how we do things around the table. So I think you'll all be pleasantly surprised and impressed by their work. So I look forward to these events. Some of you may know, I used to sit on the police board in West Vancouver, and so I'm closely acquainted with SWAT, and I've been lured out by the promise of free food if I can get a water gun. So you may see me there this week gunning for the hot dogs if I can run fast, yes. As for the other events, I also look forward to checking them out. I think youth engagement is really important in this community. You're the future of our community. You are future leaders, future people who will make decisions. So the more we can do to empower you and to show you the ropes and hand off a better future to you, I think that's our job. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Councillor Wong. Councillor Thompson.
Again, those are excellent presentations. I'm so impressed to see the gamut and range of things that you're all doing and how you're involved. you all seem to be volunteering with a purpose, and I'm envious of Councillor Wong being on your committee, because it's just so great to be part of seeing youth like yourselves stepping up, stepping forward, and I hope that you turn that into a mentorship and encourage other youth to come through and do the good work that you're doing. And I guess if I had any question for you, not to put you on the spot, but I do wonder if volunteering, as I've come to know, gives you a sense of belonging.
I definitely feel like it's given me more a sense of like being in the community and being a part of the community. I actually moved here 2 or 3 years ago, so it's been a while now. But when I first moved to West Vancouver from like Vancouver, I found that being part of YAC, because I joined fairly early, I found that it kind of gave me a sense of, oh, I'm part of this community and I'm contributing to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else want to answer the question? No? A good question.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, so I just want to add my thanks to the great work that you're doing, and I just have one question for you. Is there any age limit to the water gun wars, or is it...
No, there is not. I like to see you there, so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Great work. Okay, we're on.
Councillor Sofrovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When you talk about youth, when I first started council, I used to look like him. At any rate, you know...
No comments. No comments.
Your work as volunteers and your drive for youth experiences will last you not only through your school years, but well into the future. You will challenge your own children in time to do the same thing. So you're a real credit to this community. So keep on the good work. And we'll see you at, I'll be down for a hot dog or whatever else.
Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, I do find your presentations really inspiring, and as a father of an 8-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 14-year-old, we do talk a lot at home about community issues and politics and stuff, but I haven't been successful in getting them to volunteer, to get more involved like this. One of my sons coaches soccer for the littles down at the West Van for the soccer club. But it is so important, and I'm hoping eventually they get the bug and get involved, because it's just so important to build this sense of civic society and involvement from an early age. I think there's a lot of reason to be cynical about politics and about community these days, and I think the tendency maybe is for people to just live their own lives in silos, and I think the more we can break that down and go outside ourselves, the better it is. And so I thank the youth for getting involved, and I congratulate you. But I also want to thank the adults, the volunteers, and the staff who are leading this, because you're doing very important work. You're doing community building work for now, but also in the future. So it's just really positive to hear. It's one of the more positive things we ever hear at council is this kind of thing. So thank you all.
Thank you. And I have a question, and I do appreciate your the work that your committees are doing, especially when we ask you to help us with our community consultation. And I'm wondering if any of you can comment on whether you have any suggestions on how we can improve our consultation on items, or whether you found it useful, or any feedback that you may have. If any of you I know that you represent your committees and you may not have actively participated in the consultations, but if any of you have any comments or feedback on that, the Horseshoe Bay Beeline consultations. Nobody? Well, we're going to keep on asking you, so because we do want to hear from youth, and if you do have any feedback, please feel free to pass it along to us. So I also want to echo my appreciation for you coming in. We know even a lot of the older participants coming to council get a bit nervous, so congratulations on a very articulate and compelling presentation. And we hope that this will be the first of an annual event to hear about the work you're doing, because it's important work. All right, so Councillor Wong?
Yes, I'd like to move that the report presented by the youth-driven committees be received for information.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. You don't have to stay for the whole meeting. I won't be offended. All right, so moving on to item number 5, the Park Royal North Development Permit Amendment, 765 Marine Drive, Park Royal North.
Madam Mayor and members of council, I'm here to present to you the proposal for a development permit amendment that would affect Park Royal North. Before I describe the proposal, I just wanted to take us back a couple of years. Council approved the development permit in 2014 that has really enabled the mall to undergo its physical transformations in these recent years. Including new exterior finishes, the glazing, and public realm improvements that we've seen, such as better sidewalks, pedestrian connections and crosses, and lighting that are all been in keeping with the design direction that Park Royal is undertaking with the South Mall. The proposal is for an amendment to that development permit that was approved in 2014 to do exterior alterations to an area of the building that I've shown here, that we show here in blue. So the areas toward the back of the mall, beside the bay. And the alterations are proposed to facilitate a new childcare facility as a tenant that would be occupying this space. So on the slide, we've got showing the two main access points to the daycare. So it would be through the South Mall entry, the south of the mall, sorry, next to the Banana Republic. And you would access through the main mall corridor into the back. And there's also an entry at the parking lot at grade at the back and the rear. So council is being asked tonight to consider this amendment to this development permit to facilitate these structural alterations to comply with Vancouver Coastal Health licensing requirements. I've got a couple of slides here that we can toggle back and forth that show the existing portion of the building that's proposed to have some alterations done to it. So we've got the before and the after. So I'll go back. As you can see, this is the area behind the mall that it used to be a second story, a two-story structure that was used for the Woodward's food floor, is my understanding. And it's essentially back of house operations in this area. And you can see with the proposal, this is a rendering of what the building would look like after the doors, windows, and the roof are altered to facilitate an exterior playground for the kids. The playground is recessed into the existing roof and features plantings, play mounds, unstructured play equipment, and things like that. This is an elevation of what the side of the building would look like, and I've circled just here the changes. So on the top of the screen, obviously, is the existing conditions, and after is the bottom of the screen, which are showing the new windows and doors added in. The proposal was reviewed by the Design Review Committee last month. The committee recommended full support of the application. They had a few suggestions on improvements to the back of the drop-off area, at the parking area, and to consider adding some type of a water feature to encourage outdoor water play. So the applicant has
did take that into consideration, and we'll be adding a hose bib to the rooftop to let them hook up, day use pools and other kinds of splash type of equipment. And they will be designated 10 parking spaces at the back of the mall at the grade, parking as 1 hour parking to limit all-day parking, so it would be easier for parents to access that area to drop off their kids if that was their chosen route. So in conclusion of this presentation, given that the proposal is for a minor amendment to an existing development permit that will not negatively impact the surrounding area and will deliver childcare options to the community, staff recommends that council waive the notification requirements that would be associated with the consideration of a development permit amendment, and then consider approval of this amendment to accommodate the facility, and be happy to take any questions. And we also have the applicants here in attendance tonight to help you with any questions as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sofrovich.
Thank you for the presentation. So this is private pay, Mr. Bailey? Ms. Berg?
Madam Mayor, just Councillor Sofrovich, that's correct.
Is the daycare and the White Spot side private pay?
It is not. The daycare that's proposed for the project across the street that's under construction at 752 Marine Drive would be a publicly owned facility. The district would take ownership of that and would have subsidized rates for users at that facility.
Well, this went through the DRC, and it's going to be very nice, and I think the need is out there even for both sides, but given the fact that this is going to be larger, why don't they take over the other one and give us their $6 million back?
Madam Mayor, as Ms. Berg alluded to, the uses are different. One is private. At any time they could close. They could leave. The public one is secured. It allows the district to control the operation. It allows us to control the rates. There are a number of really strategic advantages in having both private and public, but staff think that having both private and public daycares are important to the health and vitality of a complete community. In terms of giving $6 million back, we never gave them, $6 million wasn't given to them. The daycare was a requirement of the proposed project that council approved, and it hasn't cost the taxpayers anything. It's basically $6 million is the estimated value of that daycare facility that was negotiated as part of the project that council approved and approved through the local area plan that again council approved.
So there will be something coming back on the White Spot site to council in the future?
Madam Mayor, the council's already approved the White Spot site. You've already approved the daycare facility on that site, and the estimated value of the space was $6 million. But the district did not forego anything to get that daycare site as part of that. It was a requirement of the site, and it was negotiated as part of the development of 752.
Well, it gave us 20, cost us 4 for a floor of disabled, and $6 million for a daycare, and 10 in cash. So,
Madam Mayor, I want to reiterate the point.
Why would we go through the exercise if they open right across the street, double the amount?
Madam Mayor, I want to reiterate the point that it didn't cost the district anything. The supportive housing, the childcare were requirements of the proposal. Because it's space involved, we provided you an estimate of what that would cost, relative to, say, strata condos, but it was a requirement. The district did not give, for example, the developer $6 million to fit out and create a daycare on the Larco site. In fact, it was the opposite. We said, if you want to approve this site, if you want this site approved, we think it's important that it's a complete community, that you have amenities and facilities in it, therefore you must build it. The value of that is approximately $6 million.
And we own that CRU, commercial retail unit or whatever.
We own that.
We actually own
You own that
land,
space.
or we own real estate. We own the real estate, yeah.
In a very strategically located site close to transit.
Okay, Councillor Cameron.
I have some of the same concerns as Councillor Sofrovich. It's just the problem is, I guess, what would be the price differential between this daycare and what we've been offering at 752? I mean, that to me is the only difference in public and privately owned. If there's a demand, presumably the private facility will stay open. So what would be the difference? Does staff have any idea what the difference in
Through the-
daily prices would be? Because
Through
I
the
just
mayor-
wonder.
Yeah, through the mayor, at this point, we wouldn't. And again, that would depend on the agreement that we would get into in terms of the operator on 752. I'd like to remind the mayor and council that kind of the item here is a development permit for something that's permitted under zoning
Yeah.
for a permitted use on the Park Royal North
No,
site.
we are definitely getting off topic, Mr. Bailey, and you correctly point that out. But the point, I guess, is just, I think that 752 discussion happened in the context of thinking that if the district wasn't going to support it, because there was recently a daycare that closed on the south side. And then, that discussion happened in the context of, well, we need to support daycare in the community, otherwise it's not going to be, or childcare in the community, otherwise it's not going to be offered. And now we're seeing a 100-space facility offered across the street. So I guess that's why it's coming up now, is that there's no other venue to have that discussion. But I take your point that that really doesn't relate to this. So relating to this space, my concern is the outdoor space seems rather small. And it says 3,000 square feet, and there's roughly 100 kids in the daycare. I mean, that's one kid every 5 by 5 square, which seems rather packed. I'm wondering if the proponent or would consider expanding the outside space to something larger. I see that to the north there seems to be the same grade or a similar grade. I don't know. It just seems to me to be rather cramped, but that's my only comment. I mean, I think it's great. It's an underutilized space. It's not really good for retail. I'd just like to see the kids have a little more outdoor space. That's my only
Do all the
feedback.
kids have to be out there at the same time, I guess is the question. Is the proponent here? Could they speak to
The
that?
proponent is here. Madam Mayor, it's my understanding that they would do, sure, Brian, if you wouldn't like, they will be doing alternating plays, so, thank you.
Madam Mayor, sorry, if I may just interrupt for a moment. Prior to hearing from the proponent, if I could just ask council to pass the resolution to waive notice, because if council is kind of moving into consideration of the application, then we should at least take care of that procedural hurdle first.
Also moved.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried?
Thank you.
Would you be able to just comment on that question?
Yes, yes.
I'm wondering, and I guess
Yeah.
maybe, forgive my ignorance, but what's the industry standard? Is there an industry standard for outdoor space in daycares?
There's a requirement from Vancouver Coastal Health. It's, I can't remember the number, it's like 50 square feet per student or something like that. And in order to pass through Vancouver Coastal Health, which we have been approved, it requires that they can't all go out there at once. And they couldn't anyway, because there'll be children of several different age groups, and they're not allowed to be out there at once. So it'll all be phased and in constant use, but it'll be, the really little kids out there, and then the medium-aged kids, and then the older kids sharing the space at different times. And the landscaping has been designed that all the different ages of kids can use the whole area, whereas some daycares have sort of walls where the kids can't actually go.
Mhm. Okay, well, my feedback is having 3 kids in space, it looks like it's about size of 6 or 7 parking spaces, and that seems a little small, but, you've done the numbers. If you're convinced that that's enough, I guess that's fine. I would urge you to maybe look at that again.
Councillor Thompson.
I actually am right in line with Craig, Councillor Cameron, because I'm getting quite excited about the whole notion of rooftop gardens and all the potential there, and the more outdoor space we can provide in an environment like this. On top of that, I'm actually quite excited about this space for an amenity on a number of directions. So I just have a couple of questions. How long would you expect a project like this to take? Could you give a sense of that?
Oh, the building
Planning,
of the
I guess?
project?
If it went through approval and everything,
I think it would take at least a year or two.
about a year?
Yes.
Okay. And
From achievement of the building permit.
Okay.
Start of construction.
And do we have a sense of daycare demand in West Vancouver? Child daycare demand in West Vancouver?
Madam Mayor, in consultation with our colleagues in community services, we do have demand, we do have need for more childcare. Part of the rationale for requiring childcare at 752 was that the need is acute. As we expect the population to grow in these areas, we expect that growth to occur. Frankly, we have demand now, and we expect that demand to grow. We've passed official community plan where we want to see more young families. We want to encourage staff and people to be able to work and come to West Vancouver. And a lot of those folks have kids, and there are places where these kids can go. So there is demand, and we expect it to grow.
Great. It's just out of curiosity that I asked if we had a sense of what that number was. Does it have bus access?
Madam Mayor, the site itself, Park Royal, it does have excellent bus service. There's bus service now, and it will be a site that will be served by the B-Line in the future. Do you mean the particular site?
I mean right in front of the building. Could a small bus come up and bring kids to the site, or?
Madam Mayor, no. I mean, typically the bus would stop on Marine Drive, and then folks would have to walk or be accompanied by an adult obviously a young child would be accompanied by an adult to the daycare space.
Okay. My final question, and where a lot of this is leading to, is I just wonder if the use of an adult daycare center was ever considered for the site, and especially if it doesn't fill to capacity for children to start with, and then if not that particular use, if there could be a mixed use in this site somehow.
Madam Mayor, adult daycare I don't believe was ever contemplated as specifically for this site. It's a mixed use, like the whole mall is. There's a number of uses. The zoning allows for a number of uses, so mixed use is permitted. In terms of mixing uses within a daycare site specifically, that would have to meet various licensing, Vancouver Coastal Health regulations, and so there may be some barriers to certain types of mixing occurring there. Typically, when you have children on a site, you want that separated as per licensing requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Soprovich.
I think Councillor Wong is next, isn't he?
Oh, I had you on the list, but I can go to Councillor Wong. That's all right.
There is a mall entrance, and there's a back entrance that's on the right-hand side of this. So what mechanisms for door locks, cameras, and safety for the children at the back of the shopping center, and any access over the roofs to come into the play area? What is taking place with that in the name of safety for children?
The security point is actually at the mall. Like, you walk into the mall, and then there's a door separating the mall from the childcare facility. It has to be locked at all times. It has card access that each parent would have, and every teacher, and it records when they come into the facility and leave. So, and the cameras are at the front door to see who's coming and going. So it's all has a security system there. The playground can't be accessed from anywhere else. As far as coming over the roof, it hasn't come up as an issue before.
In our community center, you come into an area, and you have to get through that, and then the child identifies their parent. Not a card system that could go haywire these days. So we have a very good system, and for 93 kids, you're going to have some safety mechanisms in place, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there's staff in that front reception area as well, okay, for signing in and out.
And do you know how many staff would be with 93 kids?
Yeah, I've forgotten the number now, but it's probably around 10 or something like that.
And it goes beyond mall hours, does it not?
Pardon me?
It goes beyond mall hours.
No. I don't think so. No.
So when does it close?
I think it's 6.
6 o'clock?
I think so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I noticed that the daycare has got that open playground, which I think is very innovative in terms of space usage. You look at places like Hong Kong, where there's not a lot of land, and so they're actually putting playgrounds on top of rooftops. So it's great to see this sort of creative thinking starting to happen in the Lower Mainland. My question is about the shipping and receiving bays at the back of this facility that are right next to the playground. You know, are there concerns about air quality? I mean, big giant Mack trucks pulling in and out while kids are out playing right next to it?
Yeah, the area right beside the daycare is pick up and drop off, but there are loading bays further back. We had Vancouver Coastal Health sent their environmental people out to look at the situation and take air readings and so on, and they're happy with sort of the air quality and the noise issue with the busy streets nearby as well, with the way it's kind of tucked in behind.
Okay, great, thank you.
And Councillor Lambert.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think most of my questions have been answered, but I have a couple supplementary ones. What's the lease term, the initial lease term?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, you don't know what that is. And you don't have any sense of the value of the leasehold improvements that are proposed at this time?
Like the construction value?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I don't see any other questions. So can I get a motion then for the second half of the recommendation? Second recommendation.
Madam Mayor, apologies. There's a mandatory call for public input on this item.
All right.
Thank you.
So I will ask for if there's any members of the public that would like to make a submission on this. Do I have to say it 3 times or anything like that? No. Okay, all right. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there is any. So then we move to the motion. This number, starting with number 2, because we've
Number
already
2,
waived notice under 1.
Okay, Madam Mayor, recommend, excuse me, that proposed development permit 19006 regarding 765 Marine Drive, Park Royal North, to amend development permit 13067 to allow for exterior alterations of the North Mall as described in the report dated April 9th, 2019, regarding proposed development permit 19006 765 Marine Drive, Park Royal North, be considered at the April 29th, 2019 regular council meeting.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just for clarity, that was part of the first motion to waive the notice. So
right.
council can now consider receipt of written and oral submissions and whether or not they wish to approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so recommend that all written and oral submissions regarding proposed development permit 19006 for 765 Marine Drive, Park Royal North, up to and including the council meeting held on April 29th, 2019, be received for information.
All right. Did you have a comment, Councillor Gambioli? Or did you want to make a submission?
I'll make it after the next one.
Yeah,
All right.
there's one more.
Okay, so all in favor? Opposed? Carried? Thank you.
So one more piece here. Madam Mayor, recommend that proposed development permit 19006 for 765 Marine Drive, Park Royal North, which would allow for exterior alterations of the North Mall to accommodate a proposed childcare facility, be approved.
All right, so did you want to make any submissions as the mover, Councillor Lambert?
No.
Okay, and I think Councillor Lambioli seconded, although it was kind of a tie, but she wanted to say something. Councillor
So
Gambioli?
I'll just comment, and that is that I think this is a really positive opportunity for the community. This is directly in line with our new OCP. This is directly in line with the local area plan, which was adopted for the area. And we also have a child care services working group that is working on the issue of analyzing the data and the needs of childcare in the community. And I gave them the heads up that this was on the agenda tonight, and no one's here to speak to it. So I guess either everyone was busy or they weren't too concerned. But I know that going forward over the next year, or hopefully less, they'll be coming up with a report to answer perhaps some of the questions that came up earlier about the other side of the mall. So I wish you luck.
Thank you. And I'd just like to add that after housing and transportation, childcare is the third biggest expenditure for families. We are hearing in the community around significant demand for childcare, and it's not easy to come by, especially childcare that runs the hours that coincide with people's work schedule. So I'm very pleased to see a new private large childcare facility going in our community, and wish you success. Thank you. So, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. So moving to item 7. No, wait a sec. That was item 5. Oh, we do jump to item 7.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
So, item 7.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move that the proposed 2019 annual tax rate bylaw number 5022-2019 be read a first, second, and third time.
Any further discussion or debate? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. And moving to item 8. So, Ms. Gordon, you're done. Congratulations. It's kind of anticlimactic, I know, but. Mr. Chan. Yes, Mr. Chan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'd like to introduce the members of our team that are here and available to answer questions as well. We have Mr. Jay Wallenberg from Wallenberg Monroe. He is a financial and economic analyst. We have Norm and Kai Hodson from Hodson Architecture. We have Gary Vlieg, our independent traffic engineer from CTS Consulting, and also Jen Suggett from district staff. So I'll be fairly brief, as I know that Council has had an opportunity to read the report, and I understand there may be some people here from the public who may want to speak. And the purpose of today's meeting is to summarize the results of the initial public consultation and seek Council direction on next steps for the property. And the property is at 2195 Gordon Avenue, between Pauline Johnson School and the Ice Arena. So West Vancouver is facing a number of significant housing and demographic challenges. We have among the highest housing prices and rents in all of Canada. Our community has changed quite a bit, and as you can see from this slide, in 1956, 30% of our population was between 0 to 14 years of age, and in 2016, that has fallen to 14%. We have missing workers between the ages of 25 to 44. Our average is 16%, and there's 28% in Metro Vancouver. There's 2% of our population between the ages of 25 to 34 without children. This is substantially below the other communities on the North Shore and in Metro Vancouver. People are leaving our community. West Vancouver was one of only 2 communities in all of Metro Vancouver that went down in population. The only other community that went down in population during that period was Belcarra, and their population went down by 1, from 644 to 643, which I would arguably say is stable. We went down by 0.5%, whereas the region went up by 6.5%. So people are leaving our community. We have a 0.6% vacancy rate, and that is one of the lowest in Metro Vancouver. A healthy vacancy rate is between 2 to 3%. 96% of our multifamily units were built in the 1960s and 70s, and in the last 50 years, there have only been 20 purpose-built rental units constructed in West Vancouver. Whenever there's been an opportunity to build, people have built strata condominiums to maximize their profit and focused on financial revenue alone. You can see the lack of diversity. 64% of our housing is single family, and only 28% is low-rise and mid-rise. So what does this mean for our community? The high housing prices, the limited housing supply, and the demographic challenges affect our community in many ways. We have reduced population and demographic imbalance. We have a reduced local workforce. More people are commuting to our community every day to go to school or to go to work, resulting in increased traffic, congestion, and greenhouse gases. And this reduces the services and increases the cost of services for our community and residents. To address these challenges and balance revenue needs for the district, other public projects, Council proposed to use the property at 2195 Gordon Avenue to create housing, increase rental supply, and improve affordability while generating a reasonable return on the district's purchase price for the property in 2014 of $16.07 million. Staff in September directed the Council proceed with public consultation on the option for public consultation, and we met with or spoke with over 750 people. We conducted our consultation between February 7 to April 15. It was extended once from March 15 to April 15. We met with or spoke with 750 people. We had public consultation meetings, smaller group meetings, and one-on-one meetings. We were very clear with the public. We told them that we'd be happy to meet with anyone who wanted to meet. We said this in our online ads, we said this at our meetings, and any opportunity we had. We ended up having 18 stakeholder and resident meetings. We had 3 initial public consultation meetings with over 500 people attending, and we did a Q&A session, which we understand the public values. We did that on February 20, and we had about 40 people attending, so they could listen to everybody's questions and also hear the answers that were coming from staff and our team. We had 13 pop-up information sessions. We received over 330 online and hard copy survey responses. We had a dedicated website and social media, and a dedicated project website. We had newspaper ads. We sent out over 1,200 letters. We sent out over 1,800 e-bulletins telling people about the consultation we're doing and the events that we're holding, and there was site signage at the location as well. Just going quickly through the results of the survey. The survey was quite an important part of our consultation, over 330 responses. What you see in green there. So first of all, question 1, which of the following approaches do you prefer? 39%, the most popular choice by quite a margin, almost double, was the district's proposal. And you can see in green, it's the district's proposal to balance housing affordability with district revenue needs, creating 170 below-market rental units, 30 strata condominiums, and generating $20 million in revenue with no ongoing cost to the district. The segment to the left at the bottom of the pie chart is 20% to provide more below-market rental units, even if that means less revenue. So that shows support for even more affordable housing. The next one in the purple, 21%, to provide more affordable housing by setting the rents below 70% of market rent, even if it means less revenue. Another indication of support for housing affordability. And then finally, the pink slice at 20% to increase revenue by building more strata condominiums to generate more revenue, even if it means less rental housing. Question 2, which of the following do you prefer? The district's option A, this is about building forms. So option A in green is 3 6-story buildings. Option B is in yellow, 1 6-story building and 1 7-story building. And then the purple is the support at 15% for higher and narrower. And then the pink is support for lower and wider. So you can see we asked a number of questions about many different aspects of the project. We really wanted to hear from the community about the option for public consultation. Question 3, which of the following do you prefer? In green, at 41%, the district's proposal of 200 housing units. This was really the question about how many units and how much density does the public think would be appropriate for this site. So green, 41%, 200 as proposed. Yellow, the property should have more than 200 housing units, brackets more density to increase housing supply and revenue. And then in purple, 25%, the property should have less than 200 units, less density. So these questions, as you're seeing here, are verbatim right from the survey. 4, I'll go over these a little bit more quickly. These were the open-ended questions, and we provided multiple choice questions and also open-ended because we wanted to give people the opportunity to share their views with council and provide a little bit more detail about what they thought. What you're seeing here is a summary. What we actually got was, in some cases, some lengthy responses, and they've been summarized for public and council in this table. So number of mentions, 85, support for workers. If some of the rental units can be provided to other groups, which groups would you suggest? So the top one was workers at 85, seniors at 77, families at 29, and adult day center at 26. We're going to keep hearing about the adult day center, and in fact, it's one of the things that staff are recommending be incorporated into the project. Question 5, I should say that all of this information and more is in the council report. It's a fairly substantial document. We wanted to make sure that the public would be able to see all the detail if they wished. So question 5, what other factors do you think the district should consider? The top one is the adult day center. And then concerns about traffic congestion, outdoor green space, general opposition, parking, insufficient information. Question 6, what other comments do you have about the project? General support at 67, general support with some changes. So that's where somebody would say, I support the proposal, but I'd like you to think about doing this. General oppose, concerns about proposal, questions and other. Question 7 is a question about where people live or where they work. And so which of the following best describes you? In green, 66%, I live in West Vancouver. 19% in yellow, I live and work or study in West Vancouver. Purple, I work or study in West Van but live elsewhere, that's 4%, and then 11% is other. The correspondence, we received, at the time of the report, we received about 45 items of correspondence, and they came from about 32 authors. Some people wrote up to 4 times. I mean, a few people wrote 4 times. Some people wrote 3 times. Some people wrote twice. And so what we did is we categorized it in terms of the authors. And so at the time of the report, there were 32 authors, 8 clearly in support, 14 clearly opposed, 10 who did not state a clear position. Now, since the date of the report, we have 2 more authors in support for a total of 10, 3 more authors clearly opposed for 17, 2 more authors who did not state a clear position at 12, for a total of 39 authors. The stakeholder groups, we consulted with the stakeholders shown on this slide, and where we received a clear letter of support from the governing body or board or somebody, an authorized representative, we've indicated in the chart. In other cases, sometimes they ask questions, sometimes they express support, but we didn't actually receive something formally from their board. And so that's where you see the dash. The only group stakeholder that was clearly opposed was one, and that is the one in the second row there, the Ambleside Dunderave Ratepayers Association. We had multiple meetings and multiple correspondence items from that group expressing concerns and opposition to the proposal. Now, in the report, because they were the stakeholder group that opposed, we have included in the report a summary of what their concerns about the project were and their opposition. That summary was read to them in the meeting that we had with about 10 plus members of their group, and then reconfirmed by writing and then inserted into the report. When you see here, it's noteworthy to mention, I think, the letter of support from Kiwanis North Shore Housing Society. They are the immediate neighbor adjacent to the development, and they are in support. St. Stephen's Anglican Church, they are also right across the street from the proposed property, and they also sent a letter of support. We also did substantial consultation opportunities with Pauline Johnson Elementary School, and we did not hear any clear opposition from them. The recommendation, I've just highlighted in yellow the high points of the recommendation that's in the council report. 2 6-story buildings and 1 8-story building, a floor area ratio of approximately 2.8, 217 units in total, 167 units of rental, 50 units of strata condominium. This has gone up by 20 and 2 stories. Gone up by 20 units and 2 stories. The rents are proposed at an average of 70% of market rent for moderate income people, including workers and families in West Vancouver. Staff are recommending that the adult day center of 3,000 square feet with 1,000 square feet of outdoor space be incorporated into the project. Vancouver Coastal Health has confirmed that they will be covering all operating and capital expenses for the adult day center. So there's no expectation that the district would have to make any financial contribution for the adult day center. A variety of unit sizes and an approximate revenue objective of 26 million. The adult day center, as I mentioned, was a prevalent theme throughout the consultation. It was housed in the Gordon Avenue property previously. It is currently, thanks to the generosity of Kiwanis, temporarily housed until April 2020 at their adjacent development. We understand from Vancouver Coastal Health that the adult day center is undersized and insufficient to meet our community's needs. And there's only one in West Vancouver. There's a real concern that we could lose the adult day center, which we understand is a very important service for our community and residents. The Lionsgate Hospital Foundation has a bequest of $1 million, and Vancouver Coastal Health has indicated that they believe that they may have access to these funds to help support the capital cost. Of course, it's very important to note that this is subject to the Lionsgate Hospital Foundation board approval. And as I mentioned, there's a risk that we would lose this in West Vancouver and lose that funding to another community. And then the nearest adult day center would be in North Vancouver. Staff are recommending that 2 additional floors of market condominiums be added to the strata condominium building to make up for the space required by the ADC, provide additional housing, enhance the district's financial position, and respond to some of the things we heard in the initial public consultation. The one particular stakeholder group had significant concerns about the district's financial position and our ability to maintain some of our existing assets and fund new capital projects. While the district is not in financial peril, this is an opportunity to respond to some of those concerns raised and also an opportunity to enhance our financial position. And so increasing the density to 2.8 and increasing the condominium building by 2 floors would allow us to add an additional $6 million for a total revenue objective of $26 million, as shown at the bottom of the slide. We believe that the additional 2 stories is compatible with the surrounding building heights, building forms, and neighborhood context, and that it can be accommodated within development and the surrounding road infrastructure. We're recommending the 3 building configuration as opposed to 2, as it allows the rental buildings and strata buildings to be separated and run independently and gives more flexibility. These are shown, we just got these recently from our team, and what you're seeing here is the 3 6-story, there's a 6-story building to the top there. That incorporates the adult day center in blue here. The second building is a second rental building, and the third building to the south is the 8-story strata condominium. This is what it looks like in 3D massing. You can see the 8-story building here. So 2 stories have been added to that. You can see the top floor has been set back. This is another aerial view of the 6-6-8 configuration. Again, from a different angle. And you can see the setback there clearly. This is a street level view from 22nd Street looking north of the new 6-6-8 configuration. Another angle from Gordon Avenue looking west. And then this view is from 22nd and Mathers looking south. And what this shows is at the top, if you can see the arrow here, it shows that the top of the proposed 8-story building is still below the height of the buildings on the waterfront. So we would not block view corridors or views of the waterfront from this angle. Next steps, we're here in the second box. So we've conducted our consultation from February to April. We're reporting to council now with a summary, and we're asking council to decide on next steps, and that's the third box. We still have a ways to go. If council decides to proceed with the recommended motion tonight, then the staff team would conduct, there's additional studies. There's still more work to be done to further define the council-approved parameters, if they are approved. We would need to confirm with Vancouver Coastal Health the terms, including financial, operating, etc., for the Adult Day Centre. We would conduct 2 rounds of public consultation, one at the pre-application stage before we file a rezoning application, and also one later in the actual rezoning application. We would prepare the rezoning application. We would prepare and finalize draft zoning amendment bylaw, official community plan amendment bylaw, and draft development permit guidelines. We would take those to the design review committee for feedback prior to finalizing. Then we would finalize the rezoning application and proceed to first reading of the zoning amendment bylaw and OCP amendment bylaw. As I mentioned before, there would be additional public consultation both at the pre-application stage and during the actual rezoning. That would include a public hearing and a statutory notification process. I just want to add that the public is accustomed to seeing rezoning applications from private developers. And so far as we're able, if council wants to proceed tonight, staff intend to follow that process so far as we can. That the rezoning process with private developers is something that the public is accustomed to, and they expect certain types of information. We would like to provide that information to the public as well as part of our application, so that we make sure the public has the opportunity to comment on the information and ask us questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. So the process, council, that I'm going to follow will be that I'll get questions from council first. Then I do have several speakers that have signed up. And then we will move to the motion and debate the motion. So that's a general path. So I'll start with council questions for Mr. Chan or any other members of the team that are here tonight. And it looks like everyone has signed up. Councillor Lambert.
Just to begin, Mr. Chan, could you go back to the pie chart on question 4? Could you? Or not the pie chart, the chart, I guess it is. So my question here is the number of mentions. Do those take account sort of multiple mentions in a given response? Because I noted in some of the responses, people would say that, well, you know, I would like to see accommodation for workers, seniors, and families. So those would all be included? Or was it just a dominant response? It's a small detail, but I'm just trying to...
Madam Mayor, yes, thank you for asking. It's quite difficult, actually, to compile all of the correspondence into themes or the answers when you have 330 surveys. You're correct that if somebody said that they wanted to see workers and seniors, then there would be 2 mentions for that.
Okay, thank you. And could you go to question 6 as well, too? I think there's maybe a pie chart. Oh, no, there isn't a pie chart. It's the general support. I just wanted to make a comment. This is probably not a question, perhaps, but general support with some changes and concerns about the proposal. I mean, I think there's broad support indicated here clearly, but there's also about 50% of the respondents have some concern. And to the comments that you have made in your presentation, this is a work in progress, and there will be opportunities for further input to the program as it goes forward. And I think you've sufficiently outlined the public consultation process, so I won't ask you to go over that again. And one last question. In the massing drawings that were developed by the architect, that those massing models were based on 1- and 2-bedroom units, even though the final project could have a mix of studios, 1, 2s, and 3 bedrooms. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Okay.
And Councilor Lambert's quite correct that we are partway along the process. There is more work to be done. There's more consultation opportunities, and there's going to be more work to be done by the team.
Thank you.
Councillor Gambioli.
Gee.
Men at work,
Suddenly-
and women.
Suddenly an emergency when I start talking. Oh dear. Okay, so I have, I think I got 4 questions. First of all, could we just talk briefly to clarify about the issue of lease versus sale and long-term lease, and maybe some examples of what we've done in the past and how this might work?
Madam Mayor, yes, thank you for the question. The district has successfully used long-term leases on 3 occasions. West Royal Towers at the corner of Taylorway and Marine Drive, Westerly, that's at 22nd and Marine Drive, and also Ambleview Housing, and that's around 14th and Esquimalt. So West Royal Towers was a 99-year lease. It expires in 2087. The Westerly is a 125-year lease, and it expires in 2136, so a little bit out of my range. And then Ambleview Housing is a little nearer, and it's a 60-year lease expiring in 2047. So these are good examples of precedents, successful precedents that the district's used, in particular Ambleview Housing. That's a 60-year lease, and the district is contemplating a 60-year lease for the rental component for this site as well. For Westerly, the amount of the payment was a one-time prepaid rent at $14.5 million, and that was paid up front to the district.
Okay, so we would be looking at something like along those lines, but not a sale. This is not, that's not contemplated.
So, Madam Mayor, that has not yet been decided by council, but in my discussions with individual council members, I have heard a strong preference towards long-term lease. I think there's a lot of merit towards long-term lease. It can generate similar values, and also it gives the opportunity for council to get back the public asset in 99 years or 60 years, and then council can then decide at that time what's in the best interest of the community for the taxpayers again.
Okay, now, last time we had an opportunity to discuss rental housing for a big development. Well, I shouldn't say the last time, actually a few times ago, was with Sewell's development in Horseshoe Bay. And instead of having rental as part of that development, staff recommended that we take $4 million in CACs instead and use that for affordable housing. But I guess we have worked out such a good proposal here, we actually don't need to use that $4 million that I can see. So we still got that in the bank, and we can use it at another site or in the future, right? Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. I mean, council could decide, for example, to use the $4 million that's currently sitting in the Affordable Housing Fund, and if council wanted to go ahead with the $26 million generated from this site, council could then decide to purchase another property and use that new property again for affordable housing. And that's a similar model that, again, was successfully used here, in that council sold the Grosvenor site and then used part of the proceeds to acquire this particular site at Gordon Avenue.
Okay, so we're in a good position there. Around the issue of building the actual rental, I realize this is coming later, but we've run into situations in the past before I got here where the developer has been required to create rental. So for example, the Ani development near Park Royal and in British Pacific Properties development, where they end up building the rental portion last after everything else is finished. And we're waiting and we're waiting and we're still waiting for Ani. It's been more than 10 years. So can we structure that in the future, in this case, that we get the rental built first?
Madam Mayor, yes. On your own land, you have more control, and so you could structure that in legally through the long-term lease agreement or the purchase and sale agreement. And you could absolutely put in some kind of deadline for constructing or some kind of positive build covenant.
Okay, because I would certainly like to see that. And my last question is this, around the issue of the pie charts. So the first pie chart, which I think is the most informative, question 1, essentially my interpretation of that pie chart is that when we asked people, do you agree with the 170 below market rental units and 30 strata condos, essentially 80% of people said yes, they support that, or if anything, they support more of the market rental, and they support more of rental at less than 70%. Sorry, I guess more than 70% reduction in rent. So with 80% of people saying, 170 units is the minimum, then why is your suggestion in the motion actually 167 units with more strata units?
And so, Madam Mayor, the number's gone down by 3, from 170 to 167. Firstly, just want to note that the detailed work on the floor plans and the actual unit mix hasn't been calculated yet. If the intention is to increase the number of strata units, the rental units are actually kind of maxed out already because they are at the maximum of 6 stories for wood frame construction. And so we're not able to add any more floors there without substantially increasing the cost of construction for those buildings, which would then mean higher rents to the people that actually would be paying the rent in those units.
Okay, so we're getting essentially a profit back that's more than before. 26 million now instead of the 16 or 17 million. And arguably the rental units are about the same number. Thank you.
Did you want to comment on the increase in the condo units vis-a-vis the adult daycare?
Sure. Madam Mayor, thank you. The adult daycare is taking up some space and reducing some of the rental units. And in order to make up for that space, we're proposing to put it into the condo units. And that's what's resulting in the extra 2 stories. That allows us to add additional housing, make up for the adult daycare space, generate additional revenue and enhance our financial position, and also respond to those concerns that have been raised about concerns about the district's financial strength.
Thank you. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few questions, Mr. Chan. It's interesting that being a recently elected councillor, I sort of start in the middle of projects versus at the beginning. Things don't refresh themselves. So it's interesting that I am stepping in the middle of this project. I was wondering if you could share with us, how did the previous council come down to this proposal or this option instead of having, for example, 3 different or X number of different mixes to consider at this stage in time?
Well, thank you for asking. Council had a total of 11 meetings, some closed meetings pursuant to Section 90 of the Community Charter, and some open meetings. And really spent a lot of time and care going through and looking at the different options that are available. Council started first at what are the challenges that face our community: affordability, housing, demographics. Then they started to look at what we could possibly do to address those challenges. There were numerous options when you look at things like more or less strata condo, more or less market rental, more or less below market rental, different percentages of below market rental, co-op models, capped equity models, mixed use, retail, institutional, those types of things. Should it be in part of the emerging vision? Should it have some kind of community recreation use? All of those options were looked at. Council ultimately decided to proceed with a balanced proposal to increase housing, address housing affordability, and still generate a return to the district. And the revenue target of 20 million that we consulted with the public on, that was an effort to recover the initial purchase price of $16 million together with a reasonable return since 2014, while at the same time delivering on those multiple housing objectives.
Thank you. And then, so I guess subsequent to that, there's the 26 million that the district will have in revenue. So over what time period will that be collected? It will be obviously not in the first year of this building getting built, right? And then with respect to that and in the context of the assets that will be needed by the district, ice rink, emerging vision, all that sort of stuff over the next 10 years, that figure, can you sort of give some context as to how this sort of plays out and how they fit together, please?
Yes, thank you. Madam Mayor, the revenue objective of $26 million, it would actually be received right at the front. So the idea is that council, if they wish, would pre-zone this property by rezoning it, and then the district would put it on the market and in an open bid situation and either sell or long-term lease it. The successful bidder or bidders would pay upfront a long-term lease, a prepayment, similar to what we had with the Westerly, or a purchase price if council wished to go by a sale. So that $26 million would be received right up front. The district would then essentially be out. We would have set the parameters for the rental, and we would have set the zoning and the development permit guidelines. The applicant, the successful bidder, would then design the building, go through the development permit process, go through the building permit process, construct it all, and also construct the rental building and probably operate it with a nonprofit operator. In this way, the taxpayer's risk is really stopped at the point of disposition. There's no more risk to the district. We're never going to have to reach in our pockets and feed or subsidize those rentals, no matter what happens to those. So that's what happens with the 26 million. And in terms of the $200 million, there's a figure that's been circulated, and what does the 200 million represent? The 200 million it's in response to a question about what are the district's potential long-term capital needs. And it's important to remember the context. During this time, the budget process was also underway. And our Director of Finance, Isabel Gordon, was talking to the community about the asset levy and how much of an improvement the asset levy has been to the district since it's been implemented a few years ago. We now have an ability to address our long-term capital needs for the capital that we already have, our existing capital. There is a shortfall there. We are looking at ways to how to address that. It's roughly around $14 million. The $200 million is a different figure. The asset levy covers our existing assets. The $200 million is a list of major capital projects that could take place. Now, they are not council-approved projects. So I'll give you some examples. You mentioned the ice arena. The ice arena has a potential price tag of $40 to $60 million. That is a very high-level estimate. That estimate was generated as part of the emerging vision, which is a concept plan. The concept plan has a total implementation cycle of, say, 20 years from beginning to end. Council has not approved that. I'll give you another example of another project that could be on that $200 million list, but has not been approved by council yet. Someday, the district's going to want to replace the Seniors Activity Center. It's a great facility. It has tremendous use and value, but it's one story and it's not very well configured. It's getting close to the end of useful life. And someday, council might want to replace the Seniors Activity Center. Now, they might not. Council might say, we're just going to keep maintaining it and we're going to keep taking care of it, but we're not going to build a new one yet. But if council said, let's build a new one, well, that would be another item that could be on there. A new operations center. That's another item that could be there. A new Fire Hall 1, a new Fire Hall 5. There's been talk in the community about a potential arts center. These are the types of things I'm talking about where there are ideas to build these sometime in the future or not. They're on the list, but they haven't been approved by council. They're not on our work plan currently. Now, let's assume that we were to look to fund those. Do we have the ability to fund them? That's the next question. Yes, we do have the ability to fund them, and it would be through one or a combination of community amenity contributions, development cost charges, land sales, grants, loans, potentially property tax. One or a combination of those things can pay for the $200 million. And so when we get the question about, is the district in financial peril? The answer that I've discussed with our Director of Finance is no. Could we use the additional $6 million that's being proposed now? Sure, it would enhance our financial position. But can we proceed with what's being proposed now? Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is, talk to me about the demand, potential demand for this project. You know, I look at my peers who are arguably the middle generation that it's being targeted. I look at them where they want to live, and you know, oftentimes they want to live in, for example, downtown Vancouver or Lower Lawnsville, where there's a bit more vibrancy, where there's other young people. So how do we know that there's sufficient demand for this building of the people that we're actually trying to target from West Vancouver?
So thank you for the question. I think it's important to note that we're talking about 167 rental units. And it's important to remember that in West Vancouver, we know that we have a vacancy rate of 0.6%. It's one of the lowest in Metro, and a healthy vacancy rate is 2 to 3%. So I would say we know there's demand for the units. I would further say that we know there's a real lack of rental housing in West Vancouver, with only 20 purpose-built rental units constructed in the last 50 years. We have a real deficit of multifamily housing because, as I said earlier, 64% of our housing stock is single family. I'll stop there, but we believe there is a demand for that. And if you want to go into further details of sort of the target market, I can speak to that later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Chen, I'll give you a break. I'd like to call Mr. Wahlberg up.
Court.
Spying on any eagles, I want you to know that.
Mr. Wahlberg, could you explain what happens when you go over 6 stories in relationship to building? Why the mix that we chose seemed to have the best laid down determination for the site, and why we wouldn't go to 10 or 12 stories, the impact of construction costs and things. Could you explain that portion of it and the rationale of why you came up recommended close to what we see now?
Sure. Your Worship, if I may, Councillor, I assume you're talking about the rental component because that's the part that's shown as 6 stories?
Well, I wanted you to also explain the difference between the strata and the rental.
Okay, well, let's start with the strata. The strata height that's being proposed is not because of a construction cost or market limitation. I think it's because of your collective interest in a certain building form. There's no particular financial reason why that building is limited to the proposed 8 stories. And if you wanted, that could be taller, but the direction so far is 8. It's not driven by anything related to construction. That will be a concrete building, so of course it could be taller.
So
Council's
up to 6 feet, you could have wooden building.
Sorry, I was talking about the strata, which will be concrete and so could be taller. On the rental side, your direction was to include a significant component of rental housing, and there was also discussion about the maximum rent that you thought was reasonable given the target market. Because of your desire to hit that target in terms of rent, and your desire to make sure that the project could operate without requiring continued subsidy, we wanted to make sure that the construction cost was a good fit with the proposed rent structure. That suggested that this building ought to be wood frame, and under the current building code, 6 stories is the maximum that you can build in wood frame construction. So the height of the rental is driven in part by general urban design considerations, but also the desire to stay at wood frame construction.
Okay. In your discussions, I'm sure with staff, Who decides who's going to live there?
Well, ultimately, because you own the land and because you'll be offering that land via long-term land lease to whoever builds the rental housing, you will have a lot to say about it. You'll have a lot to say about it in two particular ways to codify your position. One is content of the land lease, because you can dictate development requirements in such a lease as the landowner. And secondly, it's common these days for rezonings to allow rental housing that are aimed at a particular target market, either a demographic group or an income group, to nail that down in the form of something that's called a housing agreement in the Local Government Act. And that would allow you in that agreement as well to specify certain parameters for the way the housing is managed.
Thank you. Could you explain the process in relationship to leasing the land and the separation of the strata versus the rental buildings? Because we sell to somebody or we lease to somebody and we get the money, it's their baby. They can sell it or they can do whatever they want, but then they have to go and look at a mix of strata versus rental. How does that work?
The concept before you is made up of two components. One being a proposed strata component, which is the 8-story building at the north end of the site, the south end of the site, and then the two 6-story buildings that are rental. I think the expectation is there will be a subdivision there. It seems it's possible that the same entity would want to do both, but it's also highly possible these are two different entities acting in coordination. In either case, it's extremely likely, in my view, that the way to do this would be two different legal parcels, both of which would be subject to land leases. The strata parcel, if the market is interested in your idea, would be leased to the person doing the strata development, who would then produce leasehold condos and sell them, but you would still be the underlying landowner who could recover the land at the end of the lease. Similarly, the rental parcel will be leased to a party who would construct and operate the rental housing in accordance with the terms of the lease. When you say they could sell it, obviously they couldn't sell the land because they'd been leasing it. Could they sell their interest in the project, meaning their interest in the rental housing? Yes, they could, assuming you agreed to that sort of an assignment. But anybody who purchased that interest downstream would be subject to the land lease and subject to the housing agreement. So they would not be able to escape the terms that you had set in the beginning.
Thank you, sir. And now I'll go back to Mr. Chan, if you don't mind.
Mr. Wallenberg, you're welcome to stay up, just so you don't have to keep on getting up and down.
So, Mr. Chan, in the process after tonight, if we were to embark on moving forward, the next steps would conclude by you bringing forth, after public consultation, a public hearing, and other scenarios, would bring forth to council development permit, not a development permit, but a process whereby we would look at possible developers. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that's correct.
And just so I'll add to that, and all the parameters of what we want as a council will be in that document presented by a public hearing and the consultation process with the public. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. Council's parameters would be repeated in multiple documents. You would have that in the zoning bylaw, you'd see that in the development permit guidelines, you'd see that in the housing agreement, you'd see that in the long-term lease. You'd see that repeated through and reinforced through multiple documents.
Okay. And just
and in the request for proposals.
Yeah. One final question, Ms. Gordon?
We spoke too soon.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Ms. Gordon, in a lease scenario, could you, how does it work?
Your Worship, a lease, well, let me start by contrasting it to a sale. If a property is sold, then all of the rights relating to that property go over to the purchaser. So the purchaser is then able to apply to council to build whatever they may get council to agree to build on it. They may then sell it to another party and so on. So all of those rights go to the purchaser. But in a lease, that's not the case. The lessee pays a certain amount to gain tenure on the land. And they may then apply to have different things done on the land. But if the lease, the terms of the lease specify what can be done on the land, then in fact that is part of the lease. So the lease is much more specific and restrictive in terms of what can be done on the land. And it also sets a term on which this tenure is going to take place. For instance, in a 99-year lease, at the end of the term of the lease, the ownership, which is really never left, you know, so you haven't sold the ownership then reverts back to the underlying property owner. However, if there are improvements on a piece of on land that has been leased, there is an obligation on the part of the owner to either make some arrangement with the people who are the owners of the improvements or compensate them in some way if they wish to take the improvements away. And I think there's been an assumption, for instance, that after 99 years, any building that was on the land would be fully depreciated and would not have any value, but that's not necessarily the case. So there is a liability there in the fullness of time. I mean, 99 years is a long time, but there is a liability there that has to be considered by the underlying owner, particularly as the term of the lease gets quite short.
Okay, so if the owner was decided to sell a portion of it to, say, the strata, and then you have the rental, are they both under the law of the lease?
Your Worship, I believe, as Mr. Wallenberg pointed out, it's very likely that the way that this proposal would work would be that there would actually be two separate subdivided pieces of land. So there would be two leases. One lease would be with the strata owners, and the other lease would be for the rental property.
So two owners possibly?
Well, there would be one underlying owner, which would remain the district, and then there would be two leases with at least a minimum of two separate parties. Because there's two rental buildings, there could actually be two leases there.
Councillor Soprovich, and I appreciate if you have a question on
One
some
more.
financial, but
and then
I'm just cognizant that, Ms. Gordon is very knowledgeable on leases, et cetera, but I'm also cognizant that Mr. Chan speaks to the legal side of this. So if it's a financial question.
It is.
All right.
What do we do with the money?
Your Worship, the money that would be realized from the lease are from any arrangement related to land. At this point, the direction of council is that it be placed in the Land Reserve Fund. And then subsequent to that, it would be council's decision as to what would be done with the money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. So many of the questions have been clarified and answered, so thank you for that. Just 2 points of clarification. If we approve this rezoning application, as much as council's moving forward, our parameters will go with that. How committed are we to the configuration of those 217 units? Meaning, do they have to stay the same percentage we put forth as strata and rental.
Madam Mayor, thank you for asking. First, I really want to clarify that this is, what's being considered by council tonight is for staff to be authorized to prepare and submit a rezoning application. The actual rezoning process would be much further down the road. In terms of the number of units at 217, that is very specific. That's based on the information we have right now. As we have some more work to do. The team is going to need to look at this in more detail, and we will come back to you with more information. So yes, the 217, I expect can and will change. Some of these parameters will change, slightly one way or the other. But if council decides to pass this resolution tonight, I think it would be an indication that council is not expecting significant or wholesale changes on the parameters that are in the resolution now. But yes, variations can happen.
Thank you. And finally, I just think in this day and age of wanting to provide affordable housing, I go further and say sustainable, affordable housing. And it sounds as though you did some exploration, but I wonder if you can demonstrate the type of exploration you did around more subsidized mortgages rather than rental properties, so we can actually help our community, young families, particularly young professionals, get into the market in a more sustainable, growing way.
Madam Mayor, I'll hand that over to Mr. Wallenberg to address.
Council did, as part of the process of considering many alternatives, ask for some exploration of that. I guess in the end, the reason that was not included in the proposal comes down to two things. What you see before you is a plan that tries to achieve two broad but very different objectives. Make a significant contribution to housing affordability in the form of the rental, but also recover the amount that you spent to buy the land plus some modest return on that since 2014. In order to achieve both of those objectives, part of the land has to be available to bring in the revenue that you need. That's the strata portion. A material reduction in the assumed sales price of those strata units to make them more affordable would basically come right off the land value. So you could of course do that, but in doing so, what you would have achieved is affordable home ownership, but foregone the possibility of recovering your land value. Now, could you do a bit of a blend of those? Yes, you could. But I think you'd find that in order to still receive a significant amount of revenue from the strata parcel, the percentage discount from market price that you could offer in order to make it less than full market but still generate some revenue would not turn out to be all that affordable from the perspective of the people that you're interested in. I mean, if these units are going to sell for $1,500 a square foot, which for some families is not affordable, knocking that down by 10% to get to $1,350 a square foot is not what many people would call an affordable option. So we were forced with basically forced by the difficulty coming up with your $20+ million that there was a requirement that the strata part be at market.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, just expanding on that point, because I think it's important in that both the mayor and I have both on repeated occasions talked about affordable ownership, and we all know that Whistler actually has almost an even split between affordable rental and affordable ownership, and they operate thousands of units, and it seems to work quite well. But I mean, the important point is, and I'm hoping you can put this in real terms, if you were looking at retaining a teacher, and let's say the teacher earned $80,000 a year. If you tried to do affordable ownership for that teacher, the market value of a 2-bedroom condominium would be on the order of, let's say it's a 1,500 square foot condominium, would be on the order of $2 million or so. Am I right?
A little more than that, yes.
So Whistler pegs their affordable ownership levels, I believe, at around 70%, if I'm right. Yeah, it's approximately there. I might be wrong by 5 or 10%. But the point is, if we did the same thing, which is the amount you need to make it sustainable financially without a subsidy, that would mean that that teacher would have to buy that unit for $1.4 million. Well, as we well know, $1.4 million at $500, $100,000 would be $7,000 a month in mortgage fees. So that's not happening. It's never happening. You're never attracting a teacher who has that, unless the teacher happens to have rich parents or win the lottery, in which case the teacher does not need the support. Whereas what we're proposing, or what staff are proposing, what this proposal envisions, is 70% of the CMHC type numbers for 2 bedrooms, which, can you just give me that figure? I don't have it in front of me. Let's say for a 2-bedroom, 70% would be approximately what?
Well, just to correct, Councillor, the rents that are proposed are 70% of the market rent for a new unit.
In West Vancouver. So what would that be roughly, Mr.
Yeah.
Chan?
It was about
Well,
2,000.
it varies by unit type, but
Say 2-bedroom.
Well,
That's
if
same
you use the 2-bedroom rent that's proposed in this framework that's before you, I think that's at $2,100 a month, is that
That's
right?
right. Yep.
So,
So
okay.
that's 30%, so, in round numbers, add a third to that, you'd be at $2,800, $3,000 a month.
Yeah, so 70% is the $2,100 a month. So you're getting a teacher into an apartment in the community for $2,100 a month instead of $7,000 a month, which is the difference between getting the teacher in the community and not getting the teacher in the community. So that's the point. I've got lots to say on this, but I only have 2 questions because a lot's been covered. Mr. Chan, I was, when we first started talking about this, I was concerned about 6 stories and even 8 stories because it's right bordering on a single-family area. But my understanding, and can you just confirm this? I know you might have mentioned this, but we've had complaints or concerns from none of the surrounding neighbors regarding the height proposed. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, yes, thank you for raising that. We had no clear opposition from any of the people in the neighborhood. We got letters of support from the Anglican Church across the street, from the adjacent neighbor. We sent out 536 emails to every parent at Pauline Johnson School, and we did that twice. And we didn't receive any clear opposition from any of those groups. For a project, of this scale in West Vancouver, and what we're talking about today, that is a very significant outcome.
And the Kiwanis, which are to the east, have sent a letter of support, my understanding correct? And just to be clear, there's a single-family owner neighbor who's the immediate neighbor to the west, and that gentleman has sent a letter of support.
Madam Mayor, yes, I met with that gentleman twice, and he told me he supported the proposal.
Okay. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, and we raised this previously, but I think the public should know, is when we look at 668, it seems like the southernmost building is 2 stories higher, but in fact, can you just clarify that the property slopes from north to south, and that how high would the 8-story building, which is only a partial 8-story, how high would the 7th and 8th stories be on that building?
So, Madam Mayor, Councillor Cameron's correct, but I'm going to ask Norm Hodson to come up and provide some comments on this one, as the architect.
Madam Mayor and members of council, to my knowledge, just trying to recall the grades, I think the site slopes about 1 story from north to south, the south being lower, so that if we took a datum up at the north end of the site, the 8-story building is really equivalent to 7 up at that end.
And the 8-story step back considerably, is it not, Mr. Hodson?
And it's a proposal that we typically like to put forward for the topmost floor of a residential building. By setting it back, you create broad terraces for the upper units. Those are usually the most valuable units. And it tends to soften the effect of the building when viewed from any direction, particularly from street level.
Okay, and just for the finally, since we have you here, Well, I actually got an email from someone that said, I like this proposal, but why do the buildings have to be so boxy? Can you clarify that you haven't actually designed the buildings
That's
yet?
correct.
And tell us how you're going to make them fit
Yeah.
into the neighborhood. And that, I think, is always a big issue in West Vancouver.
Right, right. You're correct. These are buildings that have yet to be designed. So these are basically massing studies that we do to try and determine height, floor space, and general massing. So our next step, if we were to move forward on this, is to get into a preliminary level of design, recognizing that when you eventually dispose of these lands, in whatever form that might take, there will be developers, there will be other architects, you'll be getting new designs, but we would like to advance the work sufficiently that we have full confidence in the massing of the project. So we would look at floor plates and whether there's relief within the facades. And this type of thing usually finds its way into the development permit guidelines, which are proposed as part of this. So a set of guidelines would be developed that kind of sets the tone for the people who will eventually design this project in detail.
And just very briefly, what do you think those guidelines would contain if you had control to make it fit? Because people are always concerned, with the unknown, and they want it to fit, and then once it's built, some buildings work better and some don't. So
we typically write guidelines that are both quantitative and qualitative. So, for example, we would look at setting setbacks from street property lines and so on, and setting heights. If there's to be any setback in any of the floors, we like to dictate the degree of setback. A meter's not enough, but 5 meters is perfect. So we can build that type of thing into the guidelines. And then we often do more qualitative guidelines, which have to do with things like neighborhood fit, materials. What is the appropriate architecture for West Vancouver? That's a great topic that we always run into when we do work over here. So you get into things like, for example, horizontality, large glass areas, outdoor space, maybe the use of wood. Perhaps wood could be used on soffits and so on. So there's a number of things that we can actually put into the guidelines to set a direction for the future designers.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. If there's no further questions, I just have one question for Mr. Chan. We've seen from the survey results that one of the top groups or uses that has been suggested is for seniors as well as families and workers. We know our demographic challenges, but we can still accommodate, or nothing that we're doing tonight will preclude seniors from applying to be in this development. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, that's correct. The target market that's proposed for the rental units is moderate income people, including families, workers, and that could include seniors as well if they fall within the moderate income. As you know, the district would propose to have asset testing and income testing as well, so some additional requirements.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so now we have a list of speakers, and I will start with Patrick McLaughlin.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name is Patrick McLaughlin. I'm the president of Kiwanis North Shore Housing Society, and I live in West Vancouver at 2283 Nelson Avenue. I have 4 reasons to support the proposed Gordon Avenue project. The first reason is the need for affordable housing or rental housing for moderate income people. In order to have a healthy community, we must have housing choices for each segment of our population. Kiwanis has built 217 rental apartments for seniors in the past 12 years. But other than that, there have been no rental housing built in West Vancouver in the last 40 years. Kiwanis will continue to look for opportunities to expand seniors' housing when we have the financial resources, but right now, the moderate income segment of our community needs your support the most. Approximately 60% of the people who work in West Vancouver actually live in another municipality. That increases traffic congestion at best, and at worst, makes it difficult for our businesses to find and retain employees. There is a definite need for this project, and the Gordon Avenue property is the right size in terms of, or the right site in terms of size and proximity to community services for working families. The second reason for my support is the proposed financial model that includes condominium units as a source of $26 million, and that revenue can be used to recover the district's investment in the site, to support below-market rental rates, and to contribute to other district costs. The third reason for my support is the proposed density and building heights. They are compatible with the Kiwanis buildings to the east, but are also necessary to make the project economics work. You heard comments from Jay in terms of the impact of economics. If you reduce the size of the rental buildings, as an example, in that case, the construction cost per unit and the rental rates would increase, making the project less affordable. So 6 stories is the sweet spot in terms of rental accommodation using wood frame. When Kiwanis built the adjacent terrace building in 2014, we didn't have enough money to build more than 5 stories. But already, and that's only 5 years afterwards, we regret not going to 6 stories. The decision you make regarding building density and height will stand for 60 years or more. The final reason for my support is the staff recommendation to include the adult daycare center in the project.
You can finish.
About 2 sentences. Vancouver Coastal Health currently rents space in one of our buildings for their center, and it's too small for the needs of our community. We need a new center in West Vancouver, and including one in the project is an excellent solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Bron Carpenter.
My name is Brian Carpenter. I live on 2190 Argyle. My wife and I are very fortunate to have such a wonderful place to live. My plea tonight is on behalf of seniors, specifically needy seniors. And my plea to you is please, please, please commit 25% of the subsidized units to needy seniors. The decision to provide subsidized housing is council's, but I would ask that you allocate a proportion, 25% for seniors, which would, if you agree to do that, it would probably change the mix a bit, because I'm sure the seniors' accommodation will be more appropriate in studios and in one-bedrooms. So as a preliminary decision for design, if you're going to support my request, it would be a good time to input it to your staff. There's been a lot of talk about profit, and I had my reservations. If we're going to commit 25% to seniors, obviously it's going to be a little less profit. So I think that your decision, whether you want to maximize profit or help seniors, is the key to where we proceed from here. And the site is amazing for seniors. It is obviously near the seniors centre. It's near the library. It's near the bus line. It's near the doctors. It's near the shops. And once something is built on this site, it's going to be there for the next 40 years minimum. So if you don't allocate some time to seniors now, it won't happen. Now is the time to do it. It's the right thing to do. 25% for seniors. And when you drive by it and you know that you've contributed to that portion of the project, you can feel proud about your time on council. I did that. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And thank you for the sign. Visual. Good. All right. Suzanne Allemeyer.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm here in my capacity as General Manager for Amica Lionsgate at 701 Keith in West Vancouver. I'm here to advocate for the almost 99 residents of West Vancouver that live there and the 150 or so people that we employ to look after them. Amica Lionsgate is a licensed residential long-term care residence, and as such, all of our residents are there because they require care. They cannot look after themselves. The people that come in daily to look after them, generally speaking, the majority of whom cannot afford to live in West Vancouver. And if we want to keep them coming in to look after these residents, we have to create access for them. Access by way of housing, access by way of transportation. We have to make West Vancouver livable because people want to live where they work. They have so many options of where they can go with our unemployment rate being as low as it is and the demographics changing the way that they are, the need for care workers increasing at the rate that it is. These people travel sometimes an hour or 2 hours each way every day to come and look after our residents. They have so many options. There are places being built where they live, where they can afford to live. And if we don't address the housing shortage and the access limitations to West Vancouver and do it very quickly, there's going to be a very dire need. The arteries are going to get clogged, they're going to get cut off, and the heart of this community is going to die.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Don Peters.
Good evening, Your Worship and councillors. My name is Don Peters. I chair the 20-member Community Housing Action Committee, which is an affordable housing advisory committee whose sole mandate is to advocate for the provision and security of affordable housing on the North Shore, which we've been doing for some 15 years. During the last 3 years or so, we have contributed extensively to the development of your newly formed OCP, relying heavily on the many community forums and other community engagement events across the district and on the local knowledge of several long-term West Vancouver residents who are members of our housing committee. It is clear that this proposal has come directly and quite naturally from that OCP development, which you approved unanimously. Any kind of fulsome review by me tonight here on this report and recommendation before council is impossible and probably unnecessary, as it speaks clearly for itself. Mr. Chan has described the extensive public consultation on this particular proposal, and it is quite impressive. Our view of this proposal for 2195 Gordon Avenue is that it is nothing short of spectacular because it directly addresses the very worrying challenges facing not only Metro in general, but the specific issues here in West Vancouver. The executive summary lays it out plainly. Lowest vacancies in the region, highest rates and house prices in Canada, people actually leaving this municipality while the rest of the region grows. The district's share of children under 14 over the last 50 years has been seriously dropping. This is a really worrisome development for all kinds of reasons, with implications not only for school enrollment and what follows that, but for the overall health of the municipality. Think of the economic repercussions alone. And this demographic goes beyond just the loss of children, which is bad enough, as the report tonight details in the executive summary. So CHAC unanimously supports this proposal, Your Worship. We like the 70% below market feature because West Vancouver needs families, because West Vancouver needs to house more of those ordinary, moderate income people with those critical workforce jobs, so that fewer have to travel here and more can spend their time and money here contributing to this wonderful municipality rather than taking their talents elsewhere at the end of the day. Nearby transit is a real plus. And almost finally, we think the provision of the adult daycare center is simply inspired, located near the Kiwanis Seniors Housing Community, which is becoming rapidly becoming one of the most serious housing challenges everywhere. Surely, 2195 Gordon is about building a stronger neighborhood, and this will help. Finally, we think the financials make nothing but good sense, and really finally, our advice is do not sell this magnificent land. We support all three parts of the recommendation, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Peters, for your good work on the Housing Committee. We know you put in a lot of hours that are not paid, and we really appreciate your expertise and also coming out to these council meetings to share that with us. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. And your optimism.
And your optimism in the face of recent challenges.
On the North Shore.
Setbacks on the North Shore.
You've been reading the papers, have you? We carry on, always ever optimistic.
Thank you very much. All right, Judy Chalmers.
I have a little tag along.
And Heather Mercy.
Judy Chalmers, resident of West Vancouver. But tonight I'm speaking as a director of the Ambleside and Dundreave Ratepayers Association regarding statements made in Mr. Chan's report to council tonight. I am concerned that Mr. Chan in his report has labeled ADRA as opposed to this proposal. As I'm sure you are all aware, ADRA has been a community volunteer nonprofit society since its formal inception in 1979. Our mandate is to represent the interests of the West Vancouver residents of Ambleside and Dundreave. The board of directors, of which there are 10, is nonpartisan. We seek to gain information, ask questions, and raise concerns so that we can inform our membership of issues in the community that may affect them or that they wish to be involved in. The intent of this early consultation process and survey, according to the district, was to gather feedback from the public and allow for other comments for council's consideration. To be labeled as opposed, clear opposition to the project, multiple meetings and correspondence items received from this group and its members expressing concerns and opposition to the proposal, is unfair, unreasonable, and incorrect. Our questions and concerns were of the view that the consultation and due diligence of the project has been inadequate. We asked for an extension to the consultation period. What other alternative uses for the site were considered, and the financial consequences of each alternative, and therefore how council arrived at their desired solution. These concerns clearly do not mean opposed to. Question 5 of the survey clearly asks, what other factors do you think the district should consider for this project? Question 6 asks, what other comments do you have about this project? It is also clearly stated in the Q&A section of the report that will go back to council, and it will be decided whether to proceed as proposed, take a different approach, conduct more public consultation. In Appendix 8, number 16, it states, while several councillors have indicated a strong preference towards long-term leasing so the asset will return to the community, that decision has not yet been made by council. Accordingly, staff continue to refer to the possibility of long-term lease or sale of the property. Number 17 states, the district considered discharging the covenant earlier, but did not do that because this project is still in initial public consultation and council has not yet made a definitive decision on the future use of the site. Our questions and concern clearly fall into these categories. All along, Mr. Chan has said, tell him what you think. Nowhere has it ever been stated that this period of consultation was to define anyone as for it or against it. I'll be real quick. In order to be opposed to this proposal, one can then conclude that this is not a proposal. It is a proposal with a predetermined outcome, a done deal. Comments and concerns are therefore being considered as criticism. Also, please keep in mind that if ADRA was opposed to or supported any issue, it would be because we had polled our membership to get those results, not because members of the board of directors had questions or concerns. It would be appreciated if any reference to ADRA being opposed to this project be removed or redacted. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask what you would prefer us to put instead of
Just
opposed?
that we're not opposed.
That you're
We
not.
had concerns.
Are you
There
so-
was no
Okay.
opposition. It was questions and concerns.
I have a few comments to make, but I realize we're out of time. I can sign up and go ahead.
Okay.
Is
Sure.
that
You're
all
up
right?
here.
I hadn't planned to speak tonight, but seeing what was going on with respect to ADRA, I felt I was compelled to. I'm the president of the organization this year, and as you know, there's hundreds of volunteer hours that go into our organization. What we do is we inform and involve our citizens, and this is also related to, we're a conduit of information from the District of West Vancouver. Often we're encouraging our members to get involved in what you're doing here. We hold town hall meetings on subjects. We have all candidates meetings. We reach out and, as I say, try to involve and inform our membership. When it showed that we did not support the project of this magnitude, that was totally incorrect. Our board sent a letter, I think it went to mayor and council and to every individual councillor, and there were 2 points that we wanted addressed. One was the extension of the time of public consultation, and that was done. And the second thing was, we were saying, such a unique and valuable piece of property, you're showing one idea to consider for the public. And our suggestion was, and a number of our directors spent time meeting with different councillors and Mr. Chan to come up with what are the best uses for this site. Like, not look at one, let's look at everything so the community gets the best benefit. Those are the 2 points that we had. In no way did we oppose this project. Through our discussions, there were many concerns raised, but they were probably good concerns, but they were not in opposition to. They were just concerns. So I think, in all fairness, that we really need to correct what ADRA's shown as it does not support the project, because it is not true. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Chan has something to say.
And so, to Ms. Chalmers and to Ms. Mercy and to ADRA, I thank you for clarifying, and I apologize if I misunderstood. I'm quite happy to work with the clerk to see what we can do to put something to clarify in the report that ADRA is not opposed to this. I'm quite happy to say that.
Well, thank you. And also, I'd like to thank Mayor Booth. I understand that you recently renewed your membership in ADRA. We appreciate having you on board.
I always like
Thank
to
you.
be in good standing.
Thank you for your support.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Sid Lewis. Sid Lewis, I think it's Sid Lewis on item 8. Yes, there we go.
Thank you very much. I'm one of the old people, I guess, we're talking about here. My wife is suffering from dementia, and I've been working in dementia for a number of years, trying to find ways of finding support. And I talked to the mayor about the adult daycare center, and I've talked to a number of people about the adult day center. And my wife was on the wait list there for a number of months. And while she was on the wait list, the odds of getting in were not very good. So we went over to North Vancouver and squeezed our way into a place where we weren't supposed to use at Parkgate, which was doing a study of dementia care and adult care living. So we then came back because we were on the wait list. We finally got in. We were there for 2.5, 3 years, and now she's in a home. The adult daycare center, when I saw the initial plans, didn't really mention the most important part of this whole thing, as far as I'm concerned, is the adult daycare center. And I just hope it's big enough, and I hope it's convenient enough where we can have transit people dropping people off at those places like we used to have in the other facility. The current facility is totally inadequate. We really have requirements for double that number if we were honest. Most of us with dementia don't want to admit we have it, but we do have it, and it's not, we haven't found a solution to it. We haven't got a conclusion that we can make it go away. So we've got it, and we've got over 10,000 people living in our community that are over 65, and 7.1% of those probably will have dementia during the course of their career. But if they're 85, 25% of that group will have a form of dementia. So you take that plus all the other senior issues of health. If anything, we should have somebody sitting in one of those chairs up there looking after seniors as far as the government's concerned to make sure we're getting our fair share of what meager funds we have from the government re our health for seniors. Because it is not enough. There's not enough attention put on West Vancouver, where they don't need anything. We need it like any other community. And we should really start pushing ourselves as to how we're going to get that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, and I just want to let you know that actually we're actively working with staff. I am on a social seniors hub for supporting seniors in navigating the system and getting resources. I've talked to Vancouver Coastal Health, and I'm moving on that because I have heard that, and council is very supportive. Thank you for coming. Jack Crawford. And then after that is Ivor Bennett. So Jack Crawford and then Ivor Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. My name's Jack Crawford, and I've been a resident and a taxpayer in West Vancouver for some 60 years. I'd like to congratulate the detailed study that's been done. I think Mark and his crew have done a fantastic job. It's still got more to be done, but it's appreciated. I'm in favor of the concept and hope that Council will favor proceeding with acceptance to proceed and further refine details of the project. I think this will definitely help provide balance and revitalization in our community. I have provided initial comments to Mark and his people and also to Council, but number one, I want to emphasize that I'm extremely in favor of the inclusion of an adult day center in the project. Our previous facility could accommodate some 25 to 27 patients per day. The current facility now in Kiwanis residents can only now accommodate 9 to 10 patients per day, and wait lists are approaching 6 months. This facility provides care not only for dementia, but Parkinson's, cancer recovery, etc. But also, and most important, it allows family caregivers some necessary respite for a few hours, 2 weekdays per week, only for a few hours, that's all. With federal and provincial authorities moving now to keep your loved ones at home as long as possible, we're approaching the problem even more so. The adult care center is absolutely essential, but is not now adequate. I've been involved for the last few years with others in lobbying both federal and provincial governments refunding for dementia. In the last 15 months, the federal cabinet finally approved a program and payment of $1 million to each province. And I understand that these funds were already paid to the BC government, their $1 million, and distributed to the various health authorities. In addition, I understand an additional $1 million private request is also available for dementia handling. Funds are available to West Vancouver, but council must lobby and request both Vancouver Coastal Health and the BC government for project funds. I urge council to adopt a more aggressive and ongoing approach for funding, as healthcare authorities don't respond well to individual requests. Both North Vancouver and city districts have been most successful in their approach for funding requests. Persons who've not had to cope with serious family illness don't always appreciate the need for a daycare center and a future long-term respite center. Longer-term respite, there are now only 12 short-term beds for short-term stay in the entire North Shore. 12. If you're not able to get into them, they may move you way down to Richmond. Based on current federal studies, just under 7% of seniors 65 years and above will encounter a dementia problem. And with 10 to 12,000 seniors in West Vancouver, we have a problem. Just remember, too, that our baby boomers are now becoming seniors. A tsunami is on the way, and longer-term action plus immediate short-term action has to be taken in West Vancouver. I urge council members to all start reviewing the ongoing BC Seniors Advocate interest releases, which are given on the internet regularly, and it outlines many of the current and longer-term concerns. I won't take more of your time. I'm over and above that. I haven't got anything more to say other than I really urge you to get on with the project. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crawford. Thank you. And Ivor Bennett?
We're both seniors.
You may very well be right. I'm glad somebody has a sense of humor around here. Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council and staff. My name is Ivor Bennett, and I'm a 25-year resident of West Vancouver. If Your Worship will indulge me, I have a prepared statement to read, unpopular as it may be, but it'll take me about 4.5 minutes to complete.
Well, we try to keep to 3 minutes, so maybe you can speak a little quicker, maybe.
I will try a little faster. I wish it to be known that I support council in their efforts to try and alleviate the current housing crisis in West Vancouver. As a grandfather and great-grandfather of a small family that can no longer find affordable housing on the North Shore, I know only too well the problems associated with the lack of affordable housing in West Vancouver. However, having said that, I also wish it to be known that I am wholly opposed to any development on this site that does not comply with the current zoning of the property. I wish to make it clear at this point that I'm not opposed to the idea of subsidized housing. I support it, but I don't support it on this particular piece of land. As council is already aware, this property is part of a larger piece of land that was assembled over a period of 60 years for the purpose of providing low-cost housing and residential care for seniors. It was a little more than 25 years ago when Kiwanis provided care to 85 residents in the abandoned care facility that still exists on the property today. According to critical information in the Economic Development Plan presented to Council in February of last year, a leading senior care provider has expressed interest in developing a flagship campus of care for seniors in West Vancouver. It would include independent and assisted living and residential care for both private and public use. I need hardly point out that the property at 2195 Gordon Avenue is already zoned and ideally suited for a development of this type. especially since there are a number of assisted living and independent apartments for low-income seniors already in existence on the adjoining lands. Nowhere in the report before you today is any mention made of the proposal to build a campus of care in West Vancouver. When asked if council considered other options for the property, staff responded by providing examples of the other options that were considered, all 8 of which describe different scenarios pertaining to the housing development. It is clear, at least to me, that staff began their assignment to explore all the options with a predetermined objective in mind. Even more disturbing is the statement in the report that says council chose to present a balanced proposal for the land use rather than asking the public what the land should be used for. In view of the foregoing, I urge council to at least consider one other option for the use of the land before making a final decision this evening. I offer the following related facts in support of a residential care facility to be built on the property. Within the next 32 years, according to the district's own statement, half of the population in West Vancouver will be over the age of 65. That is almost double the number of seniors over the age of 65 in our community today. It is no secret that with the increase in age, health issues start to take their toll. And one of the leading causes for this is the unprecedented onslaught of dementia in our society today. In recent articles released by the Alzheimer's Society of Canada and the Canadian Institute of Health Information, the prevalence of dementia more than doubles every 5 years for Canadians aged 65 and over. And the number of people suffering with this insidious disease is expected to increase 66% by the year 2031. In an article titled "The Rising Tide of Dementia in Canada," the Canadian Pharmaceutical Journal states there is projected to be a shortfall of 157,000 beds in Canada for people suffering with dementia by the year 2038. At the local level, the City of North Vancouver, in their dementia-friendly North Shore Action Plan, states there are more than 3,700 people suffering with dementia on the North Shore, and that this number is expected to double by the year 2034. If these facts are not sufficient to convince council to take a step back and consider a residential care facility to be built on this property, I don't know what else to say. And one final point, if I may. Everyone, if they live long enough, will become a senior at some point in time. Thank you. Since this is the only available land remaining in West Vancouver suitable for a development of a campus of care, I encourage everyone to think long and hard before making a determination as to what is the best use of this land. Thank you for listening, and may your good conscience be your guide.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And you're rightly correct that our economic development officer is actually looking seriously at the whole campus of care model for West Vancouver and has some ideas around that. So it's on our radar.
Okay,
thank you very much. All right, Renee Willock.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Renee Willock, and I'm here as President of the West Vancouver Teachers Association. Our offices are at 4915 Marine Drive in West Vancouver. I have taught in this community for 28 years, and I've watched West Vancouver change. When I first began here at 23 years old, I watched new teachers rent apartments in Ambleside. Professional couples, like my husband and myself, could afford to buy a fixer-upper on the North Shore. The children in my classes lived in the neighborhood. Fast forward to 2019. Only 13% of West Vancouver teachers live in this community. The rest are commuting. There's a provincial-wide teacher shortage, and West Vancouver is feeling it. It's hard to attract and retain teachers. and many are moving to communities that they can afford to live in. West Vancouver schools are running full, but it's only because 25% of the students are coming from other cities and commuting here every day to attend our public schools. So we do a great job in our schools. We attract people from all over, but they aren't necessarily the kids in our community. We've heard tonight that healthy communities have a mix of ages, children through seniors, young people, working people. I'm very encouraged by this proposal. It's forward-thinking. I'm speaking strongly in favor of it. It may need some tweaking, I recognize that. Last fall, I sent out a survey to our 450 teachers in West Vancouver. 40% of them took time to respond, and most said that they did not have stable or affordable housing. They were very interested in the idea of housing for the people who work in this community. Most had children, so they needed housing that had 2 or 3 bedrooms. They could afford between about $1,200 and $2,100 a month in rent. In February, Mr. Chan met with a smaller group of teachers, and they were so appreciative that people are talking about housing for those of us who work in West Vancouver. They loved the location. It was close to schools and recreation. Those who showed up, who needed the housing the most, couldn't afford 70% of market rate for a new rental. So I encourage us to look at creative options for housing for the people who want to put down roots in this community, teach the children, coach, and volunteer in this wonderful place. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Krasik.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Andy Krasik. I am a taxpayer and resident in West Vancouver. I'm also a member of CHAC. I'm also over 65 years old, and I'm also, now you know my age, and I'm also a former teacher and administrator. So with all of that as context, I come to you tonight to first of all congratulate district staff and council for the wisdom of this proposal. I'm not overdoing it, I don't think, in calling this an opportunity of a generation and an opportunity for a generation. It's well understood and it's well known that the cost of land is the primary driver of the cost of any real estate for any developer, for anyone wanting to use the land. The fact that West Vancouver, we own this land, and the fact that you as council are seriously considering providing a great portion of that to try to alleviate some of the issues that were found in the OCP, through the OCP process, whether it has to do with a missing middle, whether it has to do with a lack of affordable, or I should say attainable units for families, for young families, for older families, and yes, for seniors. And I do hope, and this is a sort of a quick segue out of my prepared notes, but I do hope that at the end of this great discussion that you're about to have, that this is not going to end up a fight between seniors and others. And I hope that this is not going to be a struggle of trying to define who needs it the most, because at the end of the day, it's West Vancouver that needs it the most. And it's West Vancouver's future that needs it the most. And that has to do with young families, it has to do with those who work here, it has to do with those who are aging here. And to try to do any one of those without thinking of the others will in fact affect all of us. And so that's one thing I want to urge, that we try to work together on this, that it not be one or the other, but it be how can we try to, in this very, very modest amount of land, and it is a modest amount of land, try to meet the greatest needs. And with that, I really do want to urge that you move forward with this tonight. I know this is only the first part of a very long process. I want to urge that the community become involved in discussion of how we can take advantage of the proposal that the council is giving our community, which is to provide land to meet its needs. And I want to make sure that
all of us do somehow come out of this united around trying to help not only those at the most need, but trying to help all of us build together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Carol Ann Reynolds. And then after that is Nigel Malkin.
Thank you very much. I have two subjects here. The first is a question of stats, facts, and clarification. When I saw that the moderate income on the proposal was for those earning between $50,000 and $126,000 a year, I asked several people if they thought moderate income was over $100,000. No one I asked did. So I phoned the Fraser Institute to try to find out. So the two things that need to be clarified, is that for one person making over $100,000, or is that the total income of, say, a couple? Because those are different, and that's not clarified. Secondly, from the Fraser Institute, and these stats come from Stats Canada, they divide income into 5 categories. Group 2, 54,000 to 82,000. Group 3, 82,000 to 114,000. And group 4 is over 114,000. So you'll see the group 3 would be considered the middle. So that's 82 to 114. But above 114 is definitely the upper income. So I'd like you to clarify that. The second thing is, I think that some of the focus or the aim, and I agree totally with the aim to try to find affordable. So please don't imply that I or anybody who's expressing concerns are against getting more affordability for teachers, for seniors, and all the rest of it. And that's an unfortunate way of describing someone who has concerns. Several people who have said to me they're very concerned about the financial aspects of that. So let's agree, we all need affordability, but it doesn't have to be there. Also, the survey most people looked at thought that this was the only suggestion for where to find affordability in this, and that certainly can't be true. We can maintain our financial rationale and logic if we find another place that would have lower, it would not cost as much, because, and then the rent wouldn't be as high. It could be market rental, but be a lot lower. I think that's one thing to explore, is to find a place where you can build something and have more affordable rent, but it'll be market value, and we're not giving up either space or money or whatever. So I'll add one thing to that, and that is that if we are in a hurry, then, as a Libra I would suggest, go ahead with one of these 3 buildings and find something for the other 2. But as someone pointed out, the land is worth $80 million. You can do a lot more if you can get money from that and buy and provide more places that are more affordable. So please, don't say just because someone has concerns over this development that they're against affordability. I think we're all in favor of affordability. We want to do the best for our seniors, our teachers, our workers. But there are other suggestions, and I suggest that you continue to consult and find out where else we can put to find affordability for even more people than this project would supply space for.
Thank you. Mr. Chan, do you want to just clarify the income question, individual or family income?
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just very quickly, the goal includes to attract families, and so yes, it would be household income, particularly for those larger 3-bedroom units.
Thank you. And then just a clarification on the $80 million, where that came from?
Sure. Madam Mayor, as I explained to some members of the community, if council were to focus solely on financial return only, then council's objective would be to zone the property for 100% strata condominiums. In doing that, council would really focus on that financial objective only, and that could yield in the region of $80 million. Now, council has chosen not to do that in the proposal. Council has chosen to put forward a balanced proposal that seeks to achieve housing objectives and policy objectives. And so that would generate in the report today 26 million. But yes, if council were to focus purely on financial only, then that could generate in the region of 80 million.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Malkin.
Nigel Malkin, 2322 Lawson Avenue, Mayor and Council. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Chen for his hard work on the project, and I think he did a great job. The only thing wrong is the consultation kind of led to a predetermined conclusion. As far as the current rental stock in West Vancouver, available on Saturday, April 27th, according to Craigslist, there were 514 rental types of all types, 246 under $3,000, 112 were under $2,000, 42 were under $1,500, and there were actually 8 that were under $1,000 a month. So there are quite a few rental units, some considerably under the price of the reduced rents in these buildings. Currently, though, coming online, there's going to be 30% of the 303 Marine Drive Old Earl site will be rental. There's going to be 90 units at the Gateway residence at 752 Marine Drive, where White Spot was. If the additional 5 floors and the 2 towers will go on, that's an extra 99 units as well.
Sorry, we have not approved anything to do with that.
I merely said if.
Yeah, I just don't want it out there that we're doing anything we haven't.
Did I say that? I said if. At 1552 Esquimalt, there could be another 151 proposed rental units, and Hollyburn Properties will be having an additional 41 units. So there could be between 300 and 400 units coming on well before this project comes online. In speaking with some of the owners of the units that were available on Craigslist, some were actually having a difficult time finding tenants, more so than they have in the past few years, and this is probably due to the empty homes tax. Walk Along Bellevue this Sunday also backed this up because majority of the apartments there did have for rent signs displayed, well over 50%. So why is there a big rush to push this project through without a business plan in place? The property has lots of value for the district, so any decision needs to be made carefully and with an engaged consultation, not one with a predetermined conclusion. The Seniors Activity Centre is probably a must for the site. Also with the covenant that's currently on the site, seniors rental needs should be part of it. There's no clear path for seniors on the site with the way the proposal is, and I would suggest there would be in further consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Liso, John Liso?
John Liso.
Sorry. Lasso?
Good evening, Your Worship, members of Council. John Lesso, 3519 Capilano Road, North Vancouver, just down from the Capilano Suspension Bridge. I don't live in West Vancouver, but if I can borrow a phrase from Sarah Palin, I can see it from my porch. Over the past 2 years, I've been watching a development proposal across from where I live to take 12 to 14 perfectly good units that are unused and demolish them for a parking lot. I'm speaking out against that, and also I'm speaking towards the idea of thinking about redevelopment rather than tearing down buildings and building something else. These units are only 10 minutes away from here. So Councillor Cameron, your hypothetical teacher, if she wished to teach in West Vancouver, she could rent one of those if they were available, but they've been sitting idle for 2 years. I was a planning commissioner in Whatcom County for 8 years, 2005 to 2013, and I made a point of going out and visiting the areas that we had planned to ruin, particularly resource lands, forest lands, for development. So tonight, I'd like to, at your direction, Your Worship, to show you a map of this proposal, photographs that have been taken very recently so you can see what I'm talking about and why it's very desirable to keep these units rather than build a parking lot, as well as a submission that I made 2 years ago to the District of North Vancouver as to what we should do with this property. That is, not tear down those buildings. And also a copy of a letter that I submitted to the North Shore News, which I suspect they will probably publish in the next few days. So if you can direct me as to who to give these to, I shall.
Well, you can give them to our clerk, but I just want to clarify that these aren't resident currently. They are empty, actually, unfortunately, derelict buildings. There's nobody living in them.
Derelict is not the right term. They are not occupied.
Well, no, they never were occupied full-time by residents. They were never residential.
No, they are rental units.
Oh, sorry. Oh, different things? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. I'm not talking about 2195 Gordon here,
Oh,
though.
okay.
I'm talking about alternatives for that hypothetical teacher who might wish to teach here but has no place to rent. These could certainly be available. Ground level, larger units that were built 40 or 50 years ago, but certainly,
Can I ask a question, Madam?
Yeah.
I'm just looking, where exactly are these units?
3400 block of Capilano Road.
Are they in North Vancouver? Or
They're in North Vancouver, on the other side
And you're
of...
coming to us to support your...
I'm coming here, Councilmember Cameron, to beat the drum for redevelopment, to raise this issue so that this demolition does not take place, and to just suggest that there are other, affordable types of homes that people can rent and work in West Vancouver. As I said, we're only 10 minutes away from right here.
Okay, well, thank you very much
Most
for your
welcome.
comments.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Miller, John Miller.
Madam Mayor, councilors, my name is John Miller. I live on Bellevue Avenue. I've appeared before you before, so you'll remember perhaps that I'm a health professional and
Yes,
administrator.
yes. Mhm.
I too am a member of CHAC, along with our other two esteemed members here tonight. And I've recently been recruited into the North Shore Homelessness Task Force as well. I'm here to speak in favor of this proposal. I think it's fantastic. I just want to wonder if there's a few other little tweaks that might improve it. Mr. Chan, for example, are you aware of the Vancouver Community Land Trust development in Vancouver? Yeah.
Mr. Chan?
No, I'm not aware of that. Happy to learn about it.
Well, I'll just say a few things about it that may be something to consider for this development. The Community Land Trust model that they have in Vancouver is a much bigger thing. They're developing, I think by memory, over 1,000 units of social housing. And they have BC Housing funding for this, as well as city funding. So that's something, you mentioned, Mayor, that you're looking at funding from other sources. The federal government has a national housing strategy right now with $40 billion on the table. They're being very slow to get it out, but this is such a fantastic proposal. I'd say you should be looking at what the feds might have to offer through Mr. Duclos.
We have really seriously looked at it. It tends to be at the lower homelessness spot, a shelter and up. So, but we are very open to that.
Well, that's great. And the Community Land Trust model might be a lever to get some of that money for this purpose, because in Vancouver, first of all, to go to Councillor Soprovich's question about, well, who decides about who gets into this place? The Community Land Trust comes with a governance model that includes the district, it includes the developer, it includes BC Housing, it includes the public, possibly neighbors, it includes the residents, and in a place like what we're proposing here at 2195 Gordon, with care for seniors going on in it could also include partnership with the Vancouver Coastal Health and even funding from them. So, and if we're looking at the population, I think it's a wonderful proposal that we're trying to have affordable housing for everybody, for the workers. What wasn't mentioned really was, well, what did come up? Needy seniors and people with dementia, people who develop physical or mental disabilities, and suddenly, there's a loss in the family or some change in finances, and they can't afford to stay here. Where are they going to go? So we need to think about that low end. And the Vancouver Community Land Trust has a Robin Hood model where and it's a multi-site model where you've already talked about acquiring more land that could be brought into a land trust like this with this governance model. But then you have a Robin Hood model, is what they call it
in Vancouver. So where you've got desirable land with views and so forth, you can actually charge very close to market rates for rent or sale, and then use the proceeds from that to pay for even very low-end affordable renting for people that are on the edge of homelessness. But the other advantages of having a multi-site campus, as the model could agree, is that you can take some of these hard-to-house people and sprinkle them across them. So just some ideas that could add to this, and be happy to help out if you want to talk about it
Thank
more.
you very much
Thank
for
you.
recognition of those issues, because it's very important, reminding the community, so thank you. Elaine McCarg, and then David Jones after that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elaine McCarg, and this evening I'm here representing the West Vancouver Foundation. And so I would just like to, I do have notes, and as you can see, I scratched off a whole lot because you've already heard a whole lot of the things I was going to say, so I don't need to say them. But on behalf of the West Vancouver Foundation, we wholeheartedly support this proposed development at 2195 Gordon. And when we consider support for any development in the community, it is around how it addresses needs that have been identified through the vital signs research that we've done over the past several years and that we are continuing this year. We think that this property holds great potential for the community of West Vancouver, and we're pleased to hear about your commitment to broad consultation. We're also pleased to see strong alignment between the project concepts and the West Vancouver Foundation's 2016 and 17 Vital Signs report. Findings, particularly the expansion of rental housing, including non-market, close to schools, recreation center, public transportation, and the addition of the adult daycare, which we agree with comments that have come forward, has become a critical component of this plan. The research that was done in 2007, we did a deep dive on housing, and there were many stats, which you know, many of you, so I won't recite them, and they're on the website if anyone wants to reference them. But really, it came down to the fact that we need more housing, more choices, options in both form and affordability, close to key amenities, which this site does. And so one of the things that we would like to draw attention to is that whereby there has been many discussions about selling the property at market price to a developer, and we know that this would deliver on one deliverable, just one, but it would likely miss out on many others that are important contributors. The corporate sector often refers to this as the triple bottom line approach, with economic, social, and environmental outcomes all part of the balanced scorecard, and we support a leasing solution. We commend staff. Mark has done a fine job, and all of the team at the District of West Vancouver for their commitment to broad engagement and their sensitive incorporation of key elements of vital signs and other research and the OCP in this development concept. Finding innovative ways to design neighborhoods and buildings for greater connection and belonging will ensure West Vancouver remains a desirable place to live. And neighborhoods with diversity in age, culture, income are more vital and more resilient. One sentence, taking a balanced scorecard approach that values economic, social, and environmental outcomes will ensure we are all sustainable for the long term, which is what this project is all about. Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight, Elaine, and for the work that you're doing with the foundation. It's very helpful, so thank you. David Jones?
I'm not talking about Gordon Avenue, is that all right? Am I the end?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. I just moved on. So you're actually at the end, if you
That's
could
right,
wait.
so
We're just,
I'm ahead of the game right now.
yes.
Or I am the end of the list.
No, we're moving on to, we're just dealing with item 8, the Gordon
That's right.
Avenue.
Okay, I thought I marked that on there.
You did, but I actually was going down the other. It's my mistake. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, Judy White.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm a 29-year resident in West Van and also a member of CHAC. What we're looking at here, this is just repetitive, really, but I am in support of it. And the stats for the cost of accommodation, the numbers are declining in our community. Younger population are no longer able to live here. Every day we cross paths with people that cannot afford to live in this community and must travel to get here, adding to the snail's pace of traffic and pollution. These people brighten our lives as caregivers, waiters, waitresses, cashiers, staff, teachers, and first responders, and staff of our municipality. I am told that some businesses are paying travel time to their employees. Rental opportunities have been sadly neglected. This development gives us the opportunity to address the issue of having a fully rounded and complete community. This proposal should, if anything, increase in units and height while making it narrow if at all possible. We need these people here in our community on a daily basis, and I encourage you to move forward with this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming, Judy. And the last person I have on the list is Christine Banham.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Christine Banham, 950 Taylor Way. I'm in favor of this project because I think this will go a long way to mitigate West Vancouver's rental stock gap. And Council, we must not have a rental stock gap, and we must not let it get any larger than it is. Given that 64% of the housing stock in this community is single-family dwellings, that only leaves 36% being multifamily, some of which will be owner-occupied. So the amount of available rental is significantly lower in West Vancouver than it is anywhere else. In Metro Vancouver in general, the proportion of population that are renters, and this is their major form of housing, is well over 50%. I think the number is something like 56%. So we have a big rental stock gap, and this proposal goes a long way to addressing that, no matter who lives there. I do believe that it is important that in order to achieve better balance in the demographics in our community, we do need to address rental stock for people who are of working age and people who work here. I do believe that's very important. I get it that there are a lot of people who say, you know what, I need rental housing too, and I'm not in that group. Or we need it for a different purpose. If we get anchored by what we have been, we will never fix that gap. In addition to the growing number of seniors that we have in this community to start with, and that proportion grows daily, we still have the needs to have people taken care of. We still need dental hygienists. We still need people who can work in a care facility. It's going to be even more important as the demographic ages. So I'm all for this proposal. Please don't get distracted. You're building purpose-built rental, and we must not perpetuate a rental stock gap.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right. Thank you very much. So the next step is to get the motion on the floor. And that is Nora. Is it? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So the exciting moment has come. I'm going to put the motion on the floor, and you can read it with me. There's going to be a little change on section 2. We're going to add a little extra blurb on section 2. So I'm going to recommend that for the reasons set out in the report entitled 2195 Gordon Avenue, Results of Initial Public Consultation, Next Steps, dated April 22nd, 2019, staff be authorized to prepare and submit a rezoning application for the district-owned property at 2195 Gordon Avenue with the following main parameters. 3, building configuration similar to the proposed option A, but with 2 6-story buildings and 8 stories, with the 8th story setback on the southernmost building. Floor area ratio of approximately 2.8, 217 units total, comprised of 167 units below market rental, 77%, and 50 units strata condominium, 23%. Rents at an average of 70% of market rent for comparable new units in West Vancouver. Rental units income targeted towards moderate income people, including workers and families in West Vancouver. Adult day center of 3,000 square feet with 1,000 square feet of outdoor space on the ground floor of one of the rental buildings, subject to confirmation that the district will not be responsible for any capital and operating costs. A variety of unit sizes, studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom, with the precise mix to be determined, and approximate revenue objective of $26 million. Now, are we doing them separately?
We could do it all, I think.
All at once? Okay. Number 2, that staff proceed, this has been added to a little bit, the A, B, C, D in blue. Staff proceed generally with the process set out in the council report dated April 22nd, 2019, entitled 2195 Gordon Avenue, results of initial public consultation and next steps, but with the additional step of staff reporting back to council with the following information before presenting to council a draft rezoning bylaw. Updated estimates for property value as a long-term lease proposition to reflect current market conditions. Information to determine the demand for below-market rental housing for moderate income people, including workers and families in West Vancouver. Draft guidelines for allocating below-market rental housing to end users. And results of market sounding with the development industry to test the viability of the proposed concept. And thirdly, funding of up to $100,000 from the Land Reserve Fund be approved for external experts to work with staff to prepare additional studies and public consultation materials for this next phase up to submission and consideration of a rezoning application.
Pardon? Okay, I think Craig got in there under the wire.
I think that's the longest motion.
But you'll get to talk third, Bill.
I think that's the longest motion I've
Yeah.
ever read
Yeah.
so far on this job here.
All right,
Oh.
so Nora, you get to,
Okay.
as the mover, get to speak
Now you're going to
first.
have to listen to the second longest speech you've ever heard. Kidding. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so first of all, thank you to our staff, amazing staff, and the ones who are sitting here tonight are Nina Lemus, and the whole story started with Nina, and I'll explain that in a minute. Mark Chan, this is an amazing report, and I thank you for all the work. And your special team member, Jen Sujit, I see her sitting behind there. Jen's done an amazing job with the public consultation together. Jim Bailey, Donna Powers, Isabel Gordon at the back. I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anyone who's sitting behind them. So thank you to staff. This has been 5 years of work, actually, and I think the public has no idea what has gone on, and I wouldn't have expected you to be following this, but this all started more than 5 years ago in January 2014, when the previous provincial government was about to sell this property without notifying us. We found out through the grapevine, shall we say, and our brand new, literally been on the job for a month, CAO had to step in and negotiate for 6 weeks very intensely with the provincial government to actually get this piece of land for us. And she did that very successfully. So first of all, we should all be very thankful to our CAO, Nina Lemus, who managed to work that deal out for $16 million at the time. The property was a great investment, as you've heard, because, of course, it's increased a great deal in value, so we did a very good thing by buying that property. And as Mr. Chan pointed out, council has had, I think you said, 11 meetings in camera about this issue. We've been working on this for more than 2 years,
behind the scenes with experts and crunching the numbers and looking at the demographic figures. So this is not something that's just come off the top of our heads. This has been a lot of work. So it is very exciting. This is a very creative and exciting proposal. In fact, I think someone just said spectacular. So that makes me really happy. There is essentially zero financial risk to the taxpayers and the district. We are potentially going to make a $10 million profit, plus pay back the money that we borrowed, well, we had to put in to buy the land. We're going to get potentially an adult day center fully paid for by the provincial government. We are going to get about 170 below market rental units, purpose-built. So I challenge any municipality in the Lower Mainland to do this well. So, oh, and I would also just like to say, I have to wear glasses now when I read my thing. It's so annoying. This proposal, as it stands, is also very strongly supported by the demographics, as we've seen, by the community needs, by the Vital Signs report from the West Vancouver Foundation, and of course by our own OCP, which was just passed last June. So this is a really good step to be implementing our OCP. I hope our head of planning is happy about that. So I feel really, really amazing about this. So I just have a couple of pointers. So some people throw around the word subsidized housing, and I just really would like to take this out of the conversation. My strong opinion is this is not subsidized housing. This is land we already own. No one's putting money into this to pay anybody's rent, okay? There is not going to be any subsidy of any kind paid for by the taxpayers of West Vancouver. So I'd like to just stop that using that word in this case. In fact, we're going to be potentially making $10 million profit. So there's no subsidy involved. And again, I just want to be accurate. I know that the speakers earlier challenged Mr. Chan on his interpretation of their letter. So I am looking at his report, and I would like to say that I fully support his interpretation of the letter, specifically from ADRA. He has said that the members expressed concerns and opposition to the proposal. I have just reread both letters that were sent to us by ADRA, and I come to the same conclusion as Mr. Chan. So
Mr. Chan has changed his, he's clarified. He's going to clarify.
I am clarifying that I don't think Mr. Chan should change it, okay? So I am saying that I think he was right in his report. Okay, so that's the other part. I'm supporting our staff in their interpretation. And finally, I think that just in terms of setting direction, because we heard from the architects earlier, don't want to be too late on the bandwagon to set direction related to design. So personally, just so that you know, I really like the design of the next door neighbors at Kiwanis. I really like the design materials. Now I'm speaking to the planners and the architects. I don't want a big, you know, sort of box, and so I'm really going at the next stage to be concerned with how this looks in terms of design. And I would really like to see more than 167 units of rental if possible. I know that is possible depending on the number of studio, et cetera, et cetera. And I note that at the regional planning level at Metro, it is a fact that in all of the Lower Mainland, in both strata and rental apartments, the studies that have been done show that parking supply exceeds use. The mayor mentioned that the other day. So I just want to be, I want our, you know, planners and people going forward with the design to be cognizant that We don't need much parking in this structure at the end of the day. In other words, in the past, 40 years, there's always been too much parking created, and it's not getting used, and that's a fact across all of the Lower Mainland. So I just want our people going forward to be aware of that, because parking, especially underground, is very expensive to build. And I will end by just saying, I think we should have a naming contest, because 2195 Gordon just doesn't have a great ring for me. So I think we have to work on the name. I think I want something a little more.
Gambioli Gardens.
Just, something a little more interesting. Thank you.
Yes, good idea. We can figure out a nice name. Councillor Cameron.
So I do have a few things to say, because this, I think, is a key moment for me on council, and I think for this council. I personally I find this project extremely meaningful. I'm going to start with the community charter, and Section 473 of the community charter stipulates that an official community plan must include location, amount, type of residential development required to meet anticipating housing needs over a period of at least 5 years in the community. Or Section 473 sub 2 stipulates that official community plan must also include housing policies of local government respecting affordable housing, rental housing, and special needs housing. So it is not a choice open to any municipal government in British Columbia to choose not to meet the housing needs of its community. It is not an alternative. We are compelled by law to do so. And I would say we are also compelled morally, and it's in the community's best interests. Our official community plan does exactly this. It calls for exactly this type of development in exactly this kind of location. Second thing I'll say is housing is consistently identified in this community as the #1 issue, or tied for #1 with transportation and congestion. Suitable housing relates to every aspect of the municipality, from congestion, from economic vitality and civic vibrancy. We know what we have a lot of in this community. We have a lot of luxury residences. We have a lot of large homes. We have a lot of luxury condos. 64% of our community is single-family housing. That is extremely high. 3% are townhouses and 8% are low-rises. So we have a missing middle in terms of housing type, which this fits. And we also have a missing middle in terms of affordability. It's clear there is a need for housing in this community for moderate income earners. And you can define that in different ways, but I think if you're looking at $80,000 plus or minus $20,000, that's a moderate income earner. There are few options for those people in this community, and make no mistake, they're the people who make this community function. There are teachers, there are first responders, there are small business operators, there are our dental hygienists. I think that, we got one letter from the rector of St. Stephen's Anglican Church that I want to read part of, because I found it so perfectly put the sentiment. And St. Stephen's was formed in Dunderave Hall in 1913. So it's been around for a few years. And the rector wrote, St. Stephen's Anglican Church fully supports your proposal for 3 reasons. 1, to achieve a sustainable future for this neighborhood, we need young families and key workers to be able to live in our local community. 2, by reducing the need for commuting long distances to work, travel time and carbon emissions will be reduced. And 3, we believe that housing is a spiritual issue as well as a political one. Rather than see housing as connected with personal value, status, and wealth, we strive for a community in which good and affordable housing can be valued as vital for the building up of community life to the making of occupied homes for people and families. I couldn't agree more. Vancouver just released a progress report on its housing strategy that notes the city struggles and has been struggling to build enough housing for those people earning about $80,000 or so. The private sector has made it clear that it can't on its own produce rental housing or strata housing at these levels. The province and the feds, to their credit, have stepped up to provide housing for targeted at the poorest. But where municipalities like West Vancouver have to act is to step in to provide incentives to encourage construction of this missing middle housing, middle income, and also middle size. And you can do that two main ways. You can bonus density, or you can provide land. In this case, we're providing publicly owned land. Now let's talk about the land in question. This was purchased 5 years ago by this council as because we knew that it was going to be valuable. We knew it was necessary, and we thanks to Ms. Lemus, we were able to act quickly and secure it for the community. Over the past 5 years, it's become abundantly clear that housing is the #1 issue. Now, we don't need this land for recreation or parks. The Community Center Society has developed a blue sky vision for the community center site, and it is able to provide for the future of the recreation needs for the community and the seniors in perpetuity on the actual civic site itself. This isn't a suitable area for offices or commercial. It's suitable for housing. Now, the housing that's been suggested by some we should be building is luxury housing. Well, we don't need that kind of housing. We produce a lot of it. So we need to be building housing that adds to the community here. And I think there's nothing to fear. This is but one site, but the need is large. We need to build housing, affordable housing on this site and on any other site we can find. That the need is that dire. Plenty of statistics have been cited this evening. It's only going to get worse in future. And subsidized housing is not something to be feared because, you know, it's established right here in this community. As Mr. McLaughlin alluded to, we have Kiwanis, who's been here for many years. They first built 85 affordable units in 1992, then 75 more in 2006, and 62 in Kiwanis Cypress in 2014, and another 77 in Kiwanis Terrace in a 5-story building. Mr. McLaughlin wishes were 6 stories. So that's 299 units. The eligibility for Kiwanis is you have to be 65 plus, resided in BC for 6 months, earn less than 48 grand if you're single or 60,000 couple, not have over $400,000 in assets, and preferences given to North Shore residents. So this kind of a model for a managed affordable housing project has a proven history in West Vancouver. There's a proven demand. There's a long waiting list for housing at Kiwanis. We've heard tonight people urging us to allow for seniors to be in this project. There's proven management. The people who are in Kiwanis, by and large, are the people who need to be in there. There's always going to be exceptions. There's no perfect scheme, but it is managed well. And it's proven to fit in the neighborhood. There isn't one person I've come across in 7 years who has suggested to me, oh, that Kiwanis doesn't fit or we don't need it. So I guess I can say, and this is my, you know, we absolutely need more care for seniors. We need more dementia care. And we're going to look at that at the Inglewood Care Centre, proposing a major expansion. Maison Senior Living is. We have Amica in the region. We have Kiwanis Seniors Housing. It's criminal that there's only 12 short-term beds on the North Shore, and we need to address that. There's ways and places we can address that in this community by adding to existing facilities rather than building a new one here. It's not to say that I don't think seniors should be in this building. I just don't want, I think we should have seniors, youth, workers, families, and people with disabilities. I would like to see the entire array of the community that have the housing need live in this building, rather than simply one demographic. So I've been very frustrated by the slow pace of progress, being on council, and particularly with this project. We wanted to wait till after the OCP until we knew exactly what we wanted. And I can't overstate how much I'm thrilled that we're finally at the point of advancing this. I'm excited that we can demonstrate that we can actually do something significant in West Vancouver. I'm excited to demonstrate that we're a big-hearted, caring community. I'm excited to demonstrate that we can move forward and embrace change. And I'm excited to demonstrate that we can lead. That we can lead and hopefully provide an example for other municipalities and provide a model that can be replicated. So I think this is a very important moment and meeting, and I think that I'm thrilled to be talking about something other than transit. And I'm actually really, I find it really heartening. The response we've had from the community has been very positive, and it's reaffirming my faith in the community. So I couldn't support this more, and I'll finish by thanking staff for really a top-notch effort on this project.
Thank you. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's interesting to consider this project being somebody who's sort of starting partway through. I certainly understand what it's trying to do, understand that a community without housing, without people, is not a community. But on the flip side, a community with no money is also no community. So I'm certainly looking at all projects to make sure that we can do good work, but I also want to make sure we're not going broke doing it. So certainly those are considerations that I'm looking at for this project. And at this time, I'm not 100% convinced that we're getting the best value for the land given the financial context we're in. Perhaps, there could be ways to squeeze out more value, as it were, to provide the kind of housing that this community needs, but also provide the revenue that we need as well as a district. Looking at the demand, certainly there is a huge demand for housing. Will it actually address the need of the type of people we want? I think that the second part of this motion about doing the market sounding, I think is going to be really important, and it's going to be very valuable information that we get out of it. And certainly with respect to the eligibility guidelines, I think it's good that we're coming out with a bit more concrete guidelines, because at this time, there's so many different ways I can see somebody manipulating the system, whether through offshore accounts, through trusts or whatnot, to show that their actual income or their assets are not as high or not as low as what the guidelines were setting at. So certainly I have questions with respect to that. And given the fact that I'm joining this process sort of midstream, partway through, I guess I have questions about those other options that the previous council explored. I certainly have questions about what those were, why they were turned down, and I'm getting more information as I talk to my colleagues, so thank you for that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that at this time, I think I will reserve judgment for the actual project itself, but I'm happy to proceed with the motion so that I can get more data in terms of what those draft guidelines would be with respect to allocating below market rental housing to end users, with respect to what the demand survey will be, and then evaluating all of that data together so it can get a full picture. Sort of the analogy I give is that I look at all the cards in front of me, as it were, when I sat on a tribunal doing hearings. And I feel like, there are some witnesses whose testimony I have not yet heard yet, for example. And so I'd like to hear those, hence these pieces, before I make a final decision.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, sorry to interrupt, just in light of the
we have
remaining
to get a
time for the meeting, if
motion.
I get a motion to extend to the end of agenda business. Thank you.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be a man of few words. I want to thank Mark Chan and the staff, I think you've done an incredible job over the time, consultants, and if I had my way, we have 3 other sites that are one larger than this one and 2 others that we should, within our 4-year term, have them all into the needed housing in this community. And these are areas of land that we own outright and have for a long time. So when you talk about money, the money will be there in relationship to the land that we already own. And I think Councilman Cameron and I talked about that, and we own a piece of property up in the British Properties that could be turned into rental. Not far from this building is a large portion of land that could be considered. Salinas and I had a little chat about that some time ago, and I guess this is the one that is going to set the pattern and the stage for the future. And my hope that it is extremely successful. We don't have all the answers yet. It's up to Mark and staff to come back with all the necessary work, and even to the point where we would scrutinize who would be the person or the company that would be doing the work. With one stone unturned, every stone will be turned over to see who's under it. There is somebody in there.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll be working on this one, and we're going to have a good outcome on this. And I think there is an appetite for this council to possibly look at more within the next 3.5 years. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Well, as Councillor Wong said, it is interesting stepping into this project when so much time and effort and thought has been put into it already, and it's challenging because I think back and I wonder how I would have contributed to the discussions and decisions, and would we be at the same place we are today if I was on council in the past. It has been a tremendous discussion amongst our colleagues. Staff's done a great job at bringing us up to speed and explaining why they've gotten to this process. I also have to say that the public, with all your quality input again, brings questions to our attention that we may not have thought to ask. And so it's been a very rich experience and learning experience. I feel like I'm a whole new level now. I do believe the staff and council are confident and proud of this balanced project that they brought forward, and I think it has a lot of merit. I also like the tweaks we've made in the last little while to try and extract a little more value out of the land, just with adding potentially that other 2 floors and the $6 million value. I can appreciate a movement in that area. I think the inclusion of the adult daycare is just essential. I'm really happy to see that on the table. I'd actually like to see a lot. Let me go back. What makes me nervous is that coming on board at this time and just getting up to speed and getting a scope of what's going on is we've just approved a 5-year, very conservative 5-year plan for a budget. I don't actually have a tremendous confidence in the oncoming economy. I have a lot of questions about it, where it's going, how that's going to impact us and our needs and ability to function in that. The question about affordability, I think we've got a language issue there. I think we're trying to create more opportunities, more than true affordability. And I do kind of question the modeling or the sense of, are we going to attract what we think we're trying to attract? So I do appreciate the amendments, again, to the agenda we added today for sort of further sense of what that should look like. A question taking such a valuable, well-located piece of land and trying to put all our eggs into that basket for something that may not be the perfect fit for there. And actually, as we've been on council, we've been exposed to more and more opportunities where we see that we can build affordable housing into our community in a great way, and not just all in one spot. We can spread it around. There's been discussions about you know, can we look at mandating, you know, 10% of new projects all have an element of subsidized housing or affordable housing, however we want to define it. There's so many great neighborhoods. I like the idea of mixed demographics all together and how we can make that work. So essentially, I'm just saying it's a beautiful project. It makes you feel good thinking about it, but have we gone far enough to optimize this site? This is West Van. You know, we're big thinkers. We want a community that is dynamic and substantial as we can make it. And we're also very fiscally challenged to create and generate revenue, products that feed the community and work in our community. So I think we have to take every piece of land very seriously. And while we want to do a lot of good and create a balanced, community, we have to make sure we're doing that to the best of the extent. It's a very comfortable proposal. I still go back to we should be looking for ways, if we really want to build and develop for a future, a stable future in our community, we have to start allowing people to not only live here and work, but own and take responsibility for land. And you know, I want my children to be able to invest and get to the market, even if it's a little divey one-bedroom place that they can just get into, and they're in the market, and then they can grow from there. It's kind of what we did. You know, we didn't buy that big single-family dwelling all of a sudden. And it's what you kind of, I know times are changing, kids have different priorities, adults have different priorities with the way of investing, but housing has always been that stabilizing factor in building a life for many. And we're going to have to spend, I'd like to, you know, really make sure we're hammering the provincial and federal government for all the support we can get. Especially in areas where we think we can make an impact, like the speculation tax. We should be on Victoria's door making sure as much as we can get back into the community serves us. We do need support, we do need funding, and we shouldn't ever excuse ourselves from that. So thank you for everything, and those are my comments.
Okay, Councillor Lambert.
I guess I'm the oh, no, I'm not the last one. Councillor Wong is going to have a second try at this. Well, I won't add to the testimonials. I think everything that needs to be said has been said. My principal concern, I think it's shared with most members of council, is delivering value to the community for this project. And by delivering value, I don't necessarily mean extracting the maximum number of dollars out of the project, nor do I mean creating the largest number of below-market rental housing either, but it is some kind of a balance. And, you know, it's in pursuit of that I was suggesting some of the amendments that are in the recommendation that presumably we're about to approve. But, you know, don't make any mistake that even today, when we were talking about this, a number of speakers, there were hopes that our position on this project might provide housing for caregivers at Amica. Well, it won't. Or that it might provide housing for low-income seniors. Well, it won't do that either. Or even for teachers that were willing to pay $1,200 to $2,100 a month for a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. Well, no, it won't provide it for all of those either. And that then just leads to a deeper dialogue on housing needs. This is a good start. It's a reasonable balance, and again, I think that we have to not lose sight of the objective and ensure that we deliver the housing that we can at this point, and look forward to sort of new ways to innovate beyond this this project. Don't take it necessarily as a model, but we live in a very rich community, not in the sense of wealth, but in terms of the opportunities we have for housing options. And if this can serve to build on the dialogue that we're starting and provide new and innovative ways, spur some creative thinking, I think we will have accomplished a lot. Thanks.
Councillor Wong, did you wish to?
Keep it short. I would be remiss in not thanking Mr. Chan for all the work that he's done on this project. Thank you for answering all of the questions and being so helpful for council. Your advice and your information has been certainly much appreciated. And I don't expect this question to be answered by anyone. It's sort of just a philosophical, shall we say. So, looking at the data, it indicates perhaps that there's appetite for more density than what is being currently proposed for this project. And ought we as a council, should we not as a council, consider maximizing that to really deliver the best possible project for the community? I'm just throwing that out there, not expecting an answer, just thinking out loud.
Councillor Cameron?
Well, I think in the spirit of discussion and debate, I'd like some clarification from some of my colleagues. Councillor Wong just talked about, well, shouldn't we think of maximizing the site? Well, I'd really like to know what he means by that. Right now, we're going 6 stories, 8 stories. If we go more than 6 stories, it's not really suited. It has to go to a concrete construction. It's not really suited for rental. So we are advised by our professionals that that's what's suitable. 6 stories is the quote-unquote sweet spot. Also, we're in a residential neighborhood, and we have 5 or 6 stories around. So if that's what it's meant by maximize is go higher, then I would like to hear what that is, rather than just sort of vague allusions to it. In terms of financially, if what maximize means is maximize the revenue to the district, then what we're essentially proposing is a Grosvenor on 22nd. I personally don't think we need that, and many people in the community voted against that and don't like Grosvenor now, and it certainly doesn't meet any identified housing need in the community. Sewells is having trouble selling out their project. The luxury condo market is being impacted by the foreign buyers tax and such. So if we're maximizing value, what I see in this project is we're getting 26 million instead of 80. So we're basically taking 1/3 of what we can get out of it financially, and taking 2/3 as affordable housing. So if the proposal is to do 2 buildings of strata and 1 building of rental, and let's talk about that. That would mean about half the rental and I guess about double the money. But I don't think that staff can go forward and prepare bylaws to put this forward and then at some point say, well, no, let's make it all strata. I mean, that would be contrary to what all the work that Mark has done and his staff and all the work on the bylaws that he's doing. Because if it's all strata, we're just going to sell it. We're not going to do a deal with a housing provider. Similarly, Councillor Thompson asks, have we gone far enough to optimize this site? That's a good rhetorical question, but it doesn't provide any guidance to me or I think staff as to what she thinks might be optimizing. Do we need to increase the amount of money we return? Well, how much should we do? We're now 6 months into the council term. At some point, we need to make decisions on this. We have the information more or less that we need, and we certainly had opportunities to get additional information. So I'd like to know if optimize means go higher. I'm willing to consider going higher, but I'd like to hear what that is. And if optimize means build more strata, then we should canvass everyone on council and give Mr. Chan direction. And then similarly, Councillor Lambert asks a similar vague question, open-ended question, are we delivering value for this project, and is it some kind of a balance? Well, I would argue that it is a balance. We've got some strata, we've got some affordable housing. And then there's a comment about it won't provide housing for seniors, low-income workers, or teachers. But I think that's a misreading of A, where we are in the process, and B, what the motion says. where we are at the process is creating a broad parameter. We're not talking about who we're targeting and how many units at what income level right now. That's the second stage. We're trying to get to the point of giving staff the direction to go forward and bring us the information for that second stage. And I'll note that the fourth bullet reads, rents at an average of 70% of market rent for comparable new units. That doesn't mean every unit of rental will be 70% of market rent. It could be that half of the rental units are at 100% or market rent, and half of them are at 30%, or any mix in between. Nothing in this motion says we're not going to open it up to seniors. And I note that the Kiwanis levels are 48 and 60,000 income levels. So maybe we're not hitting those levels, but maybe we're hitting the level of senior above that that still needs a place to live. Maybe we're hitting that level. But I don't think at this juncture it's helpful to just say, are we optimizing, are we maximizing, are we delivering balance, without having more of a concrete suggestion of which direction and how far one thinks that optimizing or maximizing or delivering would constitute. So I think that would be, at this point, it would be useful. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves a month from now or a month and a half with bylaws that Mr. Chan's going to have to rewrite at the last minute. He's looking for direction. Let's give him some direction.
Councillor Thompson?
Kind of understand where you're coming from, Councillor Cameron. I think we are in a discussion. I guess where I'm coming from is I do question this proposal where it stands, and even though there provides some flexibility beyond this point if it goes through, I do wonder, are we going far enough? So what is that? Could I say I would like to pursue a $40 million revenue out of the site, but I don't have a clue what that would look like, or if that is really relevant compared on what that modeling looks like. So are we...
How are staff supposed to move forward, though, without knowing what you're thinking? That's the problem, is Mr. Chan can't give you your information if you don't specify what benchmarks you're trying to get. I'm told you
Fair enough.
So we're in debate.
I'm trying to get more information. That's all.
So, okay, Councillor Thompson?
I'm sorry.
So to carry on with my clarification, should I make a motion within this or an amendment to say I'd like to try and extract more income from the site, to densify it more if we actually have that potential, but I don't even know what that looks like. So you're asking me to make some very specific gestures around things that I'm not even expert at speaking about. So I'm kind of at a loss.
Okay,
Councillor
so
Cameron.
Councillor Lambert?
I'll try and keep it brief, and maybe this might help this discussion a bit. But by doing such things as going out to the industry and getting a market sounding on what they could build, notwithstanding what we think they should build, that is a piece of information that will ground the project and give it some reality. And and taking a look at what the real demand is for below market moderate housing is something that we haven't done. That's part of the motion as well too. So this is all built into what we're doing, and we said at the beginning of this exercise, and Mr. Chan sort of confirmed that, we're at the early stages. We got a good starting point. I guarantee you that we are not going to end up with this precise mix that is before us today, and as we go through the process, there are going to be various changes to that mix, and quite possibly including the strata component. Those things are all possible. We shouldn't limit that. Mr. Chan does have his directions by this comprehensive motion. So I think to Councillor Cameron's comments, he's good to go, and we're on a good path going forward.
So, Mr. Chan?
Madam Mayor, perhaps I could just clarify my understanding of the point 2 in the motion, and maybe we could scroll down to that, please. Councilor Lambers just mentioned, and I may be taking these, maybe looking at the words a little too carefully here, but I think he mentioned market sounding what they could build, not what they should build. And I just want to clarify to council that the way I understand 2D is that we will be doing market sounding with the development industry to test the viability of the proposed concept. So my understanding of that is that we will be taking the parameters that council's potentially going to approve today, and we'll be speaking with the development industry about those parameters to confirm the parameters in this, as opposed to, say, opening it up and asking
What we should build.
what they could build
Yeah.
or similar types of
Yeah.
ideas.
Okay, that's correct. I mean, that's exactly what you do. What often happens as a result of that exercise is that the industry may bring some insights to the project that are to our benefit, and or they may show some constraints where we may have to change course a little bit. That's the whole purpose and the dynamic of a market sounding. But I think we understand each other, and no, I'm not suggesting that we leave it wide open and say, what do you think?
Thank you.
Okay.
So Councillor Wong, you've spoken twice already. Under a council procedure bylaw, I can approve you speaking another time to explain a material part of your speech, or if you think you're misunderstood, but we do have to move this along, so.
Yeah, I'd asked them a direct question. I think you should have to listen, I suppose.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just perhaps to clarify, like a couple of weeks ago, the proposal was 666 in terms of stories, and now, after some discussion, we decided maybe 668 is a better idea. And so I'm just throwing that out there. For example, maybe it needs to be 778. I don't know. And so given the fact that Mr. Chen has said that there will be opportunities to tweak, I'm just throwing that out there that maybe that we'll need to take advantage of that opportunity at that point to tweak it. I'm happy to proceed with the motion, don't get me wrong.
Okay, so
But I
yeah.
just wanted to make that clear that
Thank you.
I'm
and
throwing out the rhetorical question.
I think we're starting to go around in circles, and that's when Councillor Lewis used to say, no good happens after 10 o'clock. So I'm going to speak last. I think I've heard from the rest of council. I'm not going to repeat what's been said, except to say this. I think this is actually a very good news story. I want to make sure that I acknowledge the work of Mr. Chan and his team, because this was excellent example of 1,000 pieces of input, and the meetings that we didn't even see, that with the 13 stakeholder groups and meeting one-on-one. And I mean, I think we got good feedback from the community that is actually reflected in this proposal. We met revenue expectations of good value. We met housing affordability. We heard loud and clear about the desperate need for an adult day center. We are in an urgent situation, and we can't, there are going to be other opportunities. Like, this is one project, and it doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be good enough, and I do believe this is a good project. We considered, in fact, the previous council and this some of the members of this council, we've considered over 100 different options with the help of Mr. Wallenberg and his team. The analysis that has gone into this, 11 council meetings. We've owned the property for 5 years. The market has actually changed during that time. But one thing that hasn't changed is West Vancouver has not got any more affordable for these middle-income people, a lot of them young people. I thought about a ratio that I used to quote, and I want to state it again. Our price-to-income ratio in West Vancouver is about 13-1. That means housing price to income. Affordable, when we bought our houses, was like 3-1. Manhattan is like 5-1. So I guess because we're living in it, we don't realize what an outlier West Vancouver is and the need. So, Councillor Cameron sort of stole a bit of my thunder. I was going to also read from the letter of the Reverend from St. Stephen's. But I do want to highlight a few quotes from some of the letters that were written in, how important diversity in age, culture, and income make neighborhoods more vital and more resilient. I am very supportive of intergenerational housing, and if we can get a mix in these buildings, I think that would be excellent. The Kiwanis support has been tremendous, and their letter that they wrote, the Teachers Association doing the survey. And I have to highlight a story, because this says more, I think, sometimes than stats. In November of 2017, 13 teachers left Pauline Johnson School out of 16. 13 in 1 month. Now, why did they leave? Well, that was the time when the Teachers Federation won the Supreme Court of Canada challenge on class size and composition. So what the government said is, okay, now we have to actually meet class size and composition rules pre-Christy Clark's quashing the contract. So what that did was, instantly there was more teachers needed across the province. And guess what? Teachers in West Van, 13 of them at one school. That's just one school. Another school had 10 that left. Went to their home districts, because why wouldn't you go to Cloverdale instead of driving all the west if you can make the same money and you're offered a good job? So 13 left. For the first time ever, the West Van PD has not been able to fill its 2 recruitment places at the Justice Institute, because we can't get recruits now coming to West Vancouver. And just wait until Surrey approves their own municipal force and starts drawing from because we've got officers that are coming from Surrey. I know that. So these people are leaving, and I don't want to wake up in 10 years or 5 years and people say, why didn't you do something? And we can play with the trains, and we can tinker, and we can say woulda, coulda, shoulda, but my motto is, okay, we've talked about this enough, and we've got to move forward. And I also just want to again reiterate that West Vancouver is in good financial shape. I'm very proud of the financial shape that this council has put us in, and staff. We have a gap, a one-time gap of 14 million. We could decide to use part of the 25 million to fund that infrastructure gap. It's a one-time gap. But otherwise, we keep our operating increases to inflation. We have a plan to maintain our assets for the first time ever. And we're in better shape than most municipalities across Canada, and most strata councils are in Canada, because people don't put money aside for infrastructure. So the other thing I kind of want to put to rest is there's some magical place in West Vancouver where there's cheap land. That does not exist. We own other pieces of property, and I think we should actually be considering those in tandem, in fact, or consequentially, because we talked about doing more than one site at a time, and we said, no, let's start with one, let's move to the next, let's move to the next. So there will be other opportunities to learn, and it is a learning process. You know, when we started getting into this affordable housing strategy, we were learning the ropes like many other municipalities. You know, we had the Sewells development. We learned, oh, we should have done rental there. Okay, let's learn from what maybe we would regret, mistakes, if you want to call it. But we learned each time, and we'll probably learn something from this project. And that's not a bad thing. But I think that I'm very pleased that the community has been so supportive, and we've listened to you, and this project really meets that. My notes are an absolute mess, but I just want to take a minute to just make sure that I have covered the highlights. There are going to be several more steps and opportunities for input. It has been a process, and I do sympathize with the new councillors, and I think even when we joined council, the Grosvenor project was halfway along, and there was some on council that found it difficult to get up to speed. So I do sympathize on that front. I do want to acknowledge, though, that for ADRA to come and say they're not opposed, I do appreciate that. So I accept that, and that clarification is really important, because actually what it means is I don't think we have any opposition to this project. So that's a very positive thing. Well, okay, so it is 10:20, and I will end there and just say thanks for coming, thanks for staying, and I'm ready to call the question.
Want to get on the, go around the mulberry bush, so I'm asking you to call a question.
All right, good. I read your mind. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, council. Good work. Unanimous.
I know.
Oh, yeah, we're not finished, are we? All right. Okay, yes, we're not done.
Let's do short reports.
Oh, yeah. All right, we have to go to,
Your worship,
Yeah.
I'd like to move that the consent
Yeah, move the
agenda
consent
be
agenda.
accepted, please. Thank you.
all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Can we defer the reports? It's getting really late. And, I'm in.
To defer the reports.
All right, second, okay, all in favor, opposed, carried. Oh, yeah, and I also have some speakers that have signed up for the end of the meeting, so the people that signed up for the tree bylaw have waited very patiently, and so I've got, no, I think they're still here. Reiner is here, Marjorie, Therese, and David Jones. Didn't sign up for trees, but he's there, so I think I've, oh, he left, okay.
Is it appropriate to ask if you at this hour still want to tackle a very different subject and that we actually get some attention?
No, you've waited patiently, and we're here at your disposal.
Madam Mayor, members of council, brief introduction. My name is Reiner Fassler. I've lived with my family at 1114 Mathers, I think now for 49 years. I'm a retired architect, and I'm deeply interested in the development of this community. I, for that reason, would like to talk about trees. I think trees are a tremendously neglected, amenity and resource in our community. And specifically, I would like to address the need for a responsible and effective tree bylaw. At this point, just briefly from a more general point of view. I often hear the argument that the community is split on the issue, making it very difficult to come up with a tree bylaw protecting trees on private property. And I respectfully question this argument for 5 specific reasons. Trees, as we heard early at the beginning of the meeting, trees help us mitigate global warming and deal with some of the most disastrous impacts, global warming being perhaps the most critical issue of our time. I suggest we should and we must therefore focus more on the common good with Council's leadership and not so much on the often, I would say, selfish arguments of some of the individual property owners. The often heard arguments being, and those are real statements, cutting down this one more tree will give me just a little bit more view. Trees are messy. I don't want government to tell me what to do on my property. And the other one, trees are dangerous, when really proper pruning and tree maintenance can overcome many of those issues, as arborists will tell us. Number 2, a referendum-style approach to this crucial issue of tree protection, in other words, looking at what 51% of the majority wants, is, in my opinion, misplaced. Just as we wouldn't hold a referendum asking if global warming is really happening or if we should recycle. We should do the right thing because it's for the common good in our children's future. Number 3, many of the progressive cities, as we know across the country, recognize the value of their urban forests and spend money even to enhance them. We, on the other hand, are fortunate to have that natural resource, but watch it being destroyed before our eyes, while at the same time publishing in our OCP a statement that I find now somewhat ironical, to preserve our environment so that we can enjoy it now and for many generations to come. I think we should think about this when we say this. 4, a majority of the community feels that the current tree canopy is about right. Yet we have a proposal for a new tree bylaw that suggests that we should allow the cutting of all trees on private property as long as we replace them with 5-centimeter diameter new trees. I mean, figure that. 5, and lastly, but very importantly, may I suggest that most of the trees are cut not by Western Vancouver residents, but by spec builders and developers with no real stake in our community, who see housing purely as a commodity, an investment vehicle. The trees are cut for the sake of construction ease and efficiency and marketing strategies. View is money. And the heck with the consequences, such as soil erosion, slope destabilization, and endangering even the trees on neighboring properties through property line to property line excavation, and often through incredible grade changes between properties. So I think it's very encouraging to see young people involved in this climate change issue, as we saw. And these same young people will ask us, what were we thinking and doing when we will leave them with a bare hillside devoid of any mature trees, because this will come if we go on like this, but covered with tightly packed, oversized houses.
Thank you. Thank you for those words. And you know that we're going to be considering our tree bylaw in the next month, so yeah.
I will come back.
You will come back, I'm sure. All right, Marjorie Somerton.
Hello, my name is Marjorie Somerton. I'm not an engineer or a biologist, just an ordinary person. I wish some of the old-timers that are long gone could be here to speak to council. They had common sense, especially when it came to building on the side of a mountain, like a former neighbor who built his house in the 1930s. It's gone, as are the magnificent trees that graced his yard for more than 50 years. I asked him once, why could you build when you could build anywhere in West Van? You didn't build near the water. And he said, it's a bog, and it floods, which it still does. The Ambleside merchants should worry less about parking and more about keeping their head above water, with businesses having to close due to flooding. Maybe they should plant a willow tree or two. Which brings me to my main point, trees, and in particular, the vital role they play in soil stability and reducing erosion. West Vancouver is defined by its geography, so why don't we respect it? I came tonight to support Allison and her delegation on tree preservation in West Vancouver. It's been 3 long years since the interim tree bylaw passed. Unfortunately for me, it's too little, too late. I just started to read the new book, Dreamers and Designers, The Shaping of West Vancouver, and from it I quote, "The innovative architects of the mid-century worked with the natural landscape in West Van. More recently, developers often treat landscape as profit potential, excavating into every square foot of it to reshape it into maximum living space. When I looked at the accompanying photo, there it was, in black and white, immortalized forever, the blatant clear cut of the development in my neighborhood. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's a travesty. So many examples it makes my head spin. While I wait for a bus at Park Royal, I look up the hill and see another clear cut on Keith Road. All the trees and vegetation removed so that on the retaining wall, you can now see old graffiti that says Highlander 69.
and I will gag if I see more tiny emerald cedars planted instead of actual trees that so often turn into a little brown row of ugliness and do nothing in terms of improving the hydrology of the soil. There used to be an old character cottage, 1200 Block Duchess, with like a beautiful old orchard, classic West Van, and now it's just a barren lot for sale, not a twig remaining. People often say the value isn't in your house, it's in the land. Well, if that turns into a swamp or slides down the hill, it's worthless, and a view really won't matter. Finally, I'd just like to say I'm so impressed by the young people that have come to speak to council, whether it's about trees, committee activities, or the Beeline. But I want to tell the Beeline youth that so many of us are on your side, so please don't be put off by the pompous attitudes, elitist airs, affluent arrogance, and boorish behavior of a few. They do not represent me, or I believe speak for the largely silent majority. And even though it is discouraging that West Vancouver is considered the NIMBY capital of Canada, I will do what I can. And in my backyard, I will plant trees, not twigs, put up a mason bee house, grow wildflowers, and remember how lucky I am to live in this beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Therese Ranch. Thank you for waiting.
That's all right. I hope everyone's awake and hasn't gone to sleep. Therese Ranch, West Vancouver. I have here a petition signed by 112 residents of West Vancouver, a petition that was sent to you in a letter, which you should have on your file, and which was undertaken as a consequence of the serious concerns and deep disappointment with the Tree Bylaw Working Group draft recommendations. We were initially encouraged by Council's interim bylaw, which indicated that Council shared the views of a majority of the community, a majority which feels strongly that the legal protection of mature trees on private land is an important and urgent community-wide concern. The current bylaw draft recommendations, however, provide no legal protection for our mature trees on developed single-family lots and lots under development whatsoever. With this proposed bylaw draft, there will be no permit required to cut mature trees of any number or size, no penalty for cutting down mature trees. The property owner or developer contractor can cut as many trees of any size for any reason whatsoever. The only requirement will be the replacement of the cut mature tree with a 5-centimeter diameter new tree. Contractors and developers in particular will welcome this new bylaw, if implemented, since it allows them to cut down as many mature trees as they wish to make the construction process and staging as efficient and cost-effective as possible. It's hard to understand this bylaw recommendation given that most survey respondents thought that the size of the current tree canopy was about right. The bylaw recommendations, if adopted, would surely set a drastic reduction in tree canopy size and motion. We strongly believe that the legally protected mature trees must be defined as having a 30-centimeter and larger diameter, since only a small number of trees have a 75-centimeter diameter. Ambleside and Dunderave, with its smaller lots and fewer mature trees, must protect all these trees to retain its true canopy size, which will continue to be under attack from the continued construction of newer, larger homes. Given the extensive loss of mature trees, especially in the Ambleside and Dunderave areas, boulevard trees in particular require stringent protection. They belong to all of us and should be protected, period. The Tree Working Group clearly reached beyond its mandate in addressing and suggesting changes to current regulations, as they did when they suggested regulating hedge heights. This should be left to negotiation between neighbours. In conclusion, it's important to point out that many progressive cities and municipalities have put firm bylaws in place that protect the mature tree canopy on private property because they recognize the values and benefits of the urban forest. The environmental benefits are scientifically well established and supported by sound economic rationale. They mitigate the negative effect of climate change as they sequester carbon and filter pollution. They prevent soil erosion and stabilize slopes. They improve air quality. They provide bird and wildlife habitat, to mention just a few of the benefits. TD Bank's chief economist, Craig Alexander, who headed a Toronto study, looked into the benefits of the urban forest, and he states that they represent an important investment in environmental condition, human health, and the overall quality of life. May I take a moment to acknowledge those, Madam Mayor, the residents who took time to make the efforts to gather these signatures from Sentinel Hill, Ambleside to Lighthouse Park. They are Jania Tim Krause, Alison Kermode, Sharon Habib, Marjorie Somerton, Reiner Fassler, and David Reinsch. We look to you, Madam Mayor and Council, for leadership and a measure of political courage to do the right thing on this difficult and potentially divisive issue. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for staying awake.
Yeah, thank you for coming. All right, and so David Jones has left, but Heather Mercy signed up again? Is she? Oh, there she is. Well, I don't have another sheet. You were on 2 sheets, I think, Heather. Oh, no, you didn't, you came up with, yeah, I've got you here.
I'll explain what happened, since it's probably a little confusing
Yeah.
for how you were given them. When and I don't want this counted as my time, when I signed up, there was a name in front of me and nothing below at that time, and I had signed up for both 8 and 13. So you might have just looked at the 8 and not 13, although I did add PQP.
Oh, okay, I see that, thank you. And Mr. Malkin also signed up for.
There were a couple of
and
people
so
standing
did
behind me, so I don't know.
Mr. Liso signed up for 2, all right, fair enough. Okay, so.
So
so
shall
did-
I start now? I don't.
Sure.
Okay. I had a question about correspondence, but because of what I've heard tonight, I have a couple of other comments to make beforehand. One is, if I didn't say thank you for council and staff and everything for all the consultation they made for 2195, then I will thank them now. And remember, I think nobody disagreed with wanting affordability. And also, someone said that they didn't want to concentrate on $80 million. I did not say that I wanted to only wanted to maximize the money. I think that's something you should consider when you're considering your budget. I didn't ever say thanks. I did not say subsidizing. I'm just trying to say what I didn't say. And also, we have to recognize that house prices are going down. So there are lots of changes. So the 2 reasons I said that I wanted to consider this again, I hope you will, is there could be other places and you could provide even more places with affordable housing than you have now or with just this. And also because of the economic changes and the speed you wanted to do this, that's why I said you might want to do one building now and find out what's happening and the prices going down or whatever before you do the others. Yes, you are in good financial shape. I don't deny that at all. So I'll come back to that if I make the question that I wanted to tonight. I was asked by several people about correspondence. Some people say they send correspondence and they don't get it replied to. So it would be helpful if the policy and procedure would be given tonight. Secondly, I was told that all the letters that come in are vetted. Some are embargoed. So I'd like to make it clear, if you would make it clear, if council gets to see all the letters before some of them are withdrawn and not for the public and not for the council. And how long, on the average, does it take for the processing of correspondence prior to it being released to council or being put on the public? So these are questions I was given I couldn't answer, and I thought it would be valuable to have the information directly from you.
Mr. Pan.
Too
The
many
other
marks
Mark,
at this time of night?
It's 10:40, so yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regards to Ms. Reynolds' second query, whether or not there's any sort of embargo or delay in providing correspondence, for clarity, any email that comes into Mayor and Council at westvancouver.ca is provided directly to Council shortly thereafter. There's no day of. So, sometimes within a few minutes. We try and turn around to Council as quickly as possible. There's a bit more of a delay usually in getting the physical. We don't get many hard copy items, but just since there's a scanning and PDF process. I might have to get you to restate the third part of your question, given the hour, sorry. It was something about if there is an embargo, what's the turnaround? So there isn't an embargo. There's no review process. Staff just send them off.
Oh, one person who wrote me said there was an embargo and somebody did it. So that's very interesting. Nobody embargoes them.
Nope, we provide them to council almost immediately.
Oh, for supply to council. And then what as to whether or not they be answered or go on public correspondence?
Right. So with regards to correspondence, all the correspondence that's addressed to our council comes through legislative services. So our staff review those correspondence items and make a determination as to whether, based on the content, they're for action or for information. Sometimes we decide that something, seems to be for action because maybe they've asked a question, and we might send it to the director, and the director might determine, no, in fact, they've already provided a response or had a conversation with that individual. Or perhaps it's a direct letter to council asking for a response and not to staff. Otherwise, items are just considered for information and are put into the public package. There are a few rare occurrences under the council correspondence policy. If something is inappropriate or vexatiously repetitive, then staff will withhold those items for review to make sure that they comply with the correspondence policy. But council still receives copies of all those items.
That's good to clarify that. And I did say that some of the people who said that if
Yeah. Sorry, through me. Ms. Reynolds, do you think that maybe it might benefit from an offline conversation with this, rather than sort of back and forth, because I know it's late and people are waiting to speak?
Oops, sorry.
I just wanted the clarification. I did say to some of the people that if anything, there's a privacy law, and if there's anything like defamation, whatever, of course it would not be made public. So I know you do have some things, so I will definitely take care of it later, and maybe through you, Mr. Patterson can supply me with something that's in writing, because something that was said tonight is definitely contrary to what I had be written. And so I will also say, God bless the trees.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Malkin, you wanted to speak again?
After reviewing the presentation by Ray Fung at the last council meeting and reading his report prepared by Binny, it's very clear that the objections from the residents and businesses in regards to the parking loss during the Beeline debate are not being heard. Other than the bus priority lanes, it was parking loss that was not supported by the residents or the businesses. So before council or staff proceed with any further action, a transportation committee must be formed, and this is suggested by Peter Lambert and many others. We still have a lane closed eastbound on Bellevue at 23rd for the Cressy building and westbound at 13th for the Grosvenor building. This has and still does affect traffic flows on Marine Drive. How can proper traffic plan be put together with the lanes currently closed on Bellevue? And I don't think they can be. Recommendations are that we actually have a sign that goes and gets people to drive down 13th and along Bellevue to get them off of Marine Drive that want to go shopping in that area. We need to have all new traffic signals going along Marine Drive, and this should be done before there is any actual major work on Marine Drive. And there's a number of other suggestions. I'm not going to waste your time tonight because you're tired and I will just email them out. But we do need to go and actually have a traffic committee and not just have it where staff go and do something before anything's done. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lesso, did you want to? He's gone. All right. And is there anyone else? Oh, Heather? Oh, did Mr. Mr. Bennett? Is this Mr. Bennett?
Thank you, Your Worship. Ivor Bennett.
Yes.
Just a couple quick comments, and thank you for your patience. The outcome of tonight's meeting is precisely what I had anticipated before I arrived here. Devastated though I may be, that it would appear that the land in question will no longer be available to seniors, most especially low-income seniors. And my second point I wish to address to Councillor Gambrioli, with the greatest respect, please don't tell us that this is not subsidized housing. If the zoning on this property is changed, the potential value of this land is somewhere between $60 and $80 million. So there is a substantial subsidy that is involved here. And it is to the people, the taxpayers of the district, that will lose that benefit. So you need to keep that in mind in terms of what is taking. I understand why you are trying to dispose of the property for the $20 million, but at the same time, it is still a subsidy, no matter which way you look at it. Okay.
Yes,
So
thank you.
Thank you very much again
Thank
for your
you.
time.
And Ms. Mercy? It is a type of subsidy. Yes.
Heather Mersey from ADRA. I didn't get the chance to thank Mr. Chan and his team for all the work they did over 2195 Gordon. We did meet quite a few times, and he facilitated our board members and also our membership, so we were able to have good dialogue on the project. And I further wanted to clarify for the record that the letters sent March 10th and April 9th from ADRA were to express concerns over the two items of extending public consultation and looking at best uses for this unique and valuable piece of property. And I think there might have been a bit of a misinterpretation of concerns over a mistake in his opposition. So hopefully we've clarified that tonight. And ADRA looks forward to continuing discussions and being part of the 2195 Gordon process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so can I get, are there any other speakers? Come on. Okay.
I'll move to adjourn.
Craig,
Side of our
second.
misery.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good night. Thank